joining us, or good morning to all my colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee, all the Mr. President, Vice President, Madam Chief Justice, all the justices, and to the chapters, community members that are listening in. Thank you very much. With that, let's go ahead and get a roll call. Staff, let's go. Good morning, Madam Chair. Madam Chair Charles Newton's on Zoom with us. Colleagues, I do have, we thought we were ready to go, but our roll call machine is, let's give it another minute here.
You want me to do it?
Use your finger to work. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us. Looks like we might have to do a manual roll call. Oh, we're good to go? All right, well, go ahead and do a roll call. I think we might have a two-committee rule at this time.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
I'm present. This is Delegate Begay.
Excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
Good morning, K. Allen's present. Thank you.
Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay, present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth Bacrati did not answer roll call. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon is present in the chambers. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, Freeland here. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning. Hello, Mr. President.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Good morning, Delegate Henio, present.
Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James, present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Consol, show.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call via text. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazdi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bacrati is present via text. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates, including yourself, who answered roll call.
Thank you very much for that roll call. Good morning, members. Looks like we have 18 members present here this morning. It looks like Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused too as well for the day. So if we could just put that in the record. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down as we do have a quorum here this morning. Down to our invocation. With that, Honorable Freeland, you mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good morning, Speaker. I'd be honored to offer the invocation this morning in light of what's been happening on the Navajo Nation and around the world in this country, especially what happened in Texas. It's such a devastation, and you know, our thoughts and prayers are with all those families and those children, those 19 children and the 2 teachers. You know, just seeing it, and you know, we have to remain on our guard and you know, be vigilant, but more importantly, pray and hope that, you know, healing and peace does come to those families in Uvalde, Texas this morning. So everyone has their own way of acknowledgement and prayer, and you know, I'm going to go ahead and offer that this morning as well to this body and to our people. So let's go ahead and bow our heads at this time. Our most heavenly Father, our gracious God, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Savior, most merciful one. Father, we come together this morning during this most important time once more, Father, to conduct the will and business on behalf of our people, our Navajo people, Father. We're so thankful for the continual blessings that you bestow upon us each and every day. We're thankful for opening our eyes this morning once more to be given this opportunity to help and give the work to help our people at this time, Father. Grant us the peace, grant us the wisdom, grant us the strength and the knowledge to carry on these opportunities and fulfill these obligations to our people, Father. We pray for all of our people at this time, all of our Navajo people, throughout this land, throughout this world, wherever they may be. We pray for our elders. If they're feeling lonely, Father, give them hope at this time. Give them opportunity and give them peace. We pray for all of our veterans right now who may be suffering an ailment, mental or physical. Help them, Father. Give them peace and give them hope and give them an opportunity to heal as well. We pray for all of our children right now in the school settings. Please protect them, Father, as we also pray for all of the families in Texas who lost a loved one. We pray for them. May they be granted peace at this time, Father. We are thinking of them. We pray for also for all of our leadership at this time. Our President, Jonathan Nez, our Vice President, Myron Leiser, our Speaker, Seth Damon, and the 23 other delegates that represent this body. We pray for our Chief Justice, Joanne Jane, the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, all the district judges as well, and the judicial branch. We pray for all of our frontline workers right now, our Navajo Nation law enforcement, our Navajo Nation EMS, our Navajo Nation fire, those who go into carry into harm's way, Father, to unknown situations. Please protect them as well as they are going into harm's way to protect and serve us at this time. We also pray for our frontline workers at the hospital settings, all the 7 service units throughout the Navajo Nation, the doctors, the nurses, security, dietary, staff, all those who are working right now in that capacity, Father, to help bring comfort and heal our people. Please protect them as well. We ask that you bless and protect all of our veterans, but more importantly, also all of our service members right now, wherever they may be throughout this land, Father, those who may be in Europe, those who may be in Asia, those who are in this country. We're so thankful for our young men and women serving right now, our warriors. Please protect them as well, Father. We continually give you the praise and glory each and every day, as we know that we are good stewards. We do our best each and every day, Father, but we at times fall into despair, and we ask you to forgive us. Forgive us of any sins or any trespasses that we may have offended you with. Forgive us at this time, Father, all of us. Have mercy on us as we ask you for that forgiveness, Father, forgiveness of our sins. We ask you continually, Father, as we look into this renewal and this season of summer, to help all of our land, help our people right now throughout this drought, all of our producers, our ranchers, our farmers, all our grazing permittees with livestock. Help them at this time as well, Father. We also ask you to bless and protect our Navajo scouts who are fighting the black fire in southern New Mexico as it enrages at 111,000 acres at this time. Protect them, Father. Protect our firefighters at this time, our Navajo scouts. We continually ask you to protect and give us the guidance, Father, each and every day, as we know we can turn to you in a time of need. We ask you to bless this body continually. Give us the courage, give us the wisdom, give us the strength each and every day to always fulfill our obligations to our people, Father. We also ask you to bless our leadership, our local leadership at the chapter level, our local leadership, as well as our staff at the chapters, our Navajo Nation employees. May they be protected and be granted strength as well during this time. We will continually ask you for peace, for strength, for comfort, for renewal, for forgiveness, and for mercy, Father. For these things we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ, by way of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Thank you very much for those prayers for the nation and also for those families that have lost those family members too as well in Texas. We recognize that this morning as well. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials to the nation. Do we have any recognitions this morning, colleagues? One twice.
Chair Solana.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Helena. Where's
Oh,
yours?
yeah. Thank you, Chair. And good morning to everybody out there online and all the council delegates. Good morning to everybody. It's very glad to hear everybody's doing well this morning. And I want to recognize my 5 chapters out there, Nash City, Cody Canyon, Mexican Springs, Twin Lakes, and Tohatchee. And to thank all the employees, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and the commission members for all the hard work that they've been doing throughout the season, and that we enjoy all the work that they're doing and keep working hard, and bless them, Lord Jesus, so that they continue to do the work of helping the people. And so for that reason, Lord, we'd like to thank all of them for their hard work, as well as all the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation Council for working hard and continuing to move our country forward, Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker. That's all I have right now.
Speaker Freeland.
Thank you very much. With that, moving on down, I do believe I did hear Honorable Freeland recognition of guests or visiting officials.
Good morning, Chairman, Speaker, Senegi, staff. Good morning. This morning, I wanted to wish President Jonathan Nez and Vice President Myron Lizer happy birthday. Today's their birthday, not Anya Senegi. It's kind of I had to do a double take. They both share the same birthday, which was like, wow, okay. But happy birthday to both of them today. I also like to recognize the group that we've been working with throughout the entire pandemic. There's been several entities that we work with, and one of them, of course, is the Rotarians out of Albuquerque, the Del Oso and the Del Norte group, and recognition as far as kind of looking at reflection of the height of the pandemic, to say thank you to all these humanitarians. Yesterday we had a food distribution up at Herfano. We still are continuing to give food out to our people, and working with Vegan Outreach, Mr. Victor Flores out of Positas, New Mexico. We're so thankful for that partnership that we have. We work with neighboring chapters, not only my chapters, but my colleagues' chapters, neighboring chapters, and we distribute food to them as well, so they can give it out to their communities. But thank you to all those who came to the aid of the Navajo Nation during the height of the pandemic. And, you know, I say this because I think of all the 1,777 families right now who are still grieving for the loss of a loved one to COVID-19. There's not a day that goes by that I think of them and that we think of them. We pray for them. May they be granted eternal peace. May they be granted healing. And all of the people, you know, just last couple of weeks ago, this country, the United States of America, hit its 1 million COVID loss. And, you know, I hope we never have to go through a situation like this in COVID. And just a lot of reflection on the pandemic. We're thankful, we're blessed, but we also have to continue to pray for our people who went through, endured COVID. Some of us did that. And especially the families who are lost loved ones. I just want to mention that, Speaker, this morning. We are thankful for all the assistance and help that we got and we continue to receive at this time on the Navajo Nation and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Let me go ahead and move on down. I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Good morning, Madam Chair. The floor is yours at this time for recognizing guests and or visiting officials.
Oh, yeah, Speaker, thank you very much, colleagues, Delegate Freeland, for your prayer. I'd like to recognize the 110 chapters and their representatives who are on the line. They have been doing amazing work when it's coming to this ARPA legislation and looking at how their projects are being submitted and keeping the Division of Community Development accountable to review and to submit those projects on their behalf. I'd also like to recognize our New Mexico senior centers who have also provided information to delegates on their needs and to advocate for their communities. And in seeing the injustice of this ARPA legislation proposed by the president, that there's really no funding for New Mexico senior centers. And as we continue to provide them the technical support, we're hoping that you continue to call in and to keep us accountable as we look to the projects that are being proposed and how each one of our communities were affected by COVID. And lastly, Speaker, I want to recognize our water team, our Department of Water Resources, for the work that they're doing to get essential water projects not only funded, but provide the information that they need to communities. As we're reviewing the vetoed legislation, we see now that these projects are not fully funded under 8622, and these communities should be considered not only by this technical team, but by the administration. And so they are also on the line, and they are listening to the words of the delegates that represent them and how we as a council will look to providing resources for those critical water needs. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Crotty, for that information and also for those recognitions. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Are there any other further recognitions at this time for guests and our visiting officials? Good morning, Chairman Nez. Good morning, Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez going twice. Chairman Nez going 3 times. That, colleagues, any other further recognizing guests and our visiting officials? We don't have everybody in the queue at this time.
Speaker, this is Delegate So.
Honorable Otto, good morning. Floor is yours.
Members of the Nabik'íyáti committee, chairman. My recognition is I know that in the graduation but our educators out there who really work their best and to try to teach the curriculum and the according to the standards of states, which the schools are within these boundaries. For educators from DK kindergarten all the way up to mid school, primary, mid school, junior high level, and our high school teachers. The year go tashin so kachin dasin no through the pandemic that happened. Alcohol, it's a lot, and a lot of students struggled, and they got through it. And also the teachers also. Our teachers, we lost them due to the pandemic. So I would like to appreciate that. The other is that our health professionals we hear the great work that you do, and we appreciate it. And so he can't I just thought they not appreciate that, and thank you very much. Alan, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that recognition. Colleagues, any other further recognitions at this time?
Speaker Shajah.
Good morning.
Delegate So.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Honorable Charlene. So thank you very much. Floor is yours at this time for recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Yes, Speaker, I just wanted to state for the record that I'm on the call. We did complete one of our community events here at Tismasmas, and I just ask that my colleagues excuse my tardiness. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Speaker, Chair.
Oh, good morning, Honorable Eugene So.
So, the grade is at Lena House, country nursing home. A Chris Kanda, she could try to yawn the old car. So, such a salt dark constitution, not the better of that. And nobody has all found the house. They shall by the Hado Street art in across the Navajo Nation elsewhere that who are other than the house having the family. I am to that case all it. I saw it. Some of them say that they went to the hospital to get their medicine refilled, and they just end up in the senior center. They put them over there. I don't know why, but tired of on the yard. I don't know. Say that on the house. I saw it. There's a sleeping back. I'm not. It's a star. It all. So recognize it all. Make that spend that of the check that I saw it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So, for those recognitions. With that, I do have Chairman Nez back on the line. Chairman, good morning. Floor is yours on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Morning, Chairman Rick Nez. Are you on the line?
Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. So the Department of Water Resources, Irrigation Department fixed the siphon at Nahanzad community, and farmers are happy that they have water now. And I just want to say thank you to the Shiprock Irrigation Department. I just like to recognize them, as well as Department of Agriculture. Though yesterday and the last 2 days we had a food summit, a lot of discussion on water. There's a major concern with water. So thank you very much. God bless each and every one of you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Nez, for those recognitions. With that, let's continue on down. I do have Honorable Keon Begay. Good morning, Che. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman. Shadow Cabinet issues, the nomination EPA staff, division director. I'm actually on the field, starting with the Mausolini chapter now. We're going into Main Farms chapter. The Cottonwood, then Kachibugab, and then Low Mountain, Tashinkador. The EPA are making an assessment of all these leach fields. But we should be able to have another report as we finish up with this assessment. So it's not Asian Ecuador with Ecuador the Navajo Nation EPA office for there. And then I think that the IHS and the OEH really needs to have their own assessment to be done in this particular communities and across the Navajo Nation. So it is a bad situation, but nonetheless, I'm asking the Navajo Nation Council to really consider that the OEH and the IHS really needs to look at the Navajo people's septic system due to the health and environmental situation. So with our Ecuador, the speaker, so allowing the staff to help me on some of these areas. So with our Ecuador, the speaker, back to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Any other further recognitions? If not, let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty for, I think, some direction that we're going to have right now. Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. It's not direction. We did receive a request from Navajo relatives who are in the Texas communities and asked for the council to recognize the grieving families of Uvalde, Texas, and the children and teachers that we lost as a nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Delegate James, Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. With that recognition, did recognize that this morning. And Honorable James, are you going to speak to the same issue? About the recognition of what happened in Texas? Honorable James?
No. Delegate, this is Delegate James, no, Speaker.
Okay, well, at this time, colleagues, with the recognition, not only from Honorable Freeland indicated earlier, and with Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and to all the our family and relatives that are there in Texas too as well, and as we have mutual different relations with other groups of people throughout this country, and we recognize that those family members who lost their children, their loved ones, all 19 children who were lost, who were horrifically gunned down in that classroom, to the two teachers who protected their students. At this time, colleagues, the nation mourns with them too as well. As we heard from numerous stories that were played and told over the past 2 days, not only on TV or even in the discussions you had with your own families. To have that done in a community that size is horrific. And we stand with them, we encourage them, and we as a nation will be sending more than just our prayers, sending some supplies for some of those families out there too, as well, from the Speaker's office, and I do believe from the Office of the President and Vice President too, as well. So at this time, colleagues, if we could go ahead and get a moment of silence for those families of not only the individuals who were taken, but that entire community, entire population, and the network outside of that population who continuously feel the pain every time something like this happens, whether it be in a school, in a shopping center, in a community center, in a church. And we pray that this never touches the nation like it has done, but it will impact our families no matter what, just for the protection that we continuously have over the Navajo Nation at this time. But we'd like to send our prayers and thoughts again to all those individuals out there who are mourning at this time there in Texas. So at this time, colleagues, let's go ahead and do a moment of silence.
Speaker, before the moment of silence.
Yes, Honorable James.
Thank you, Speaker. I also would like to add on a moment of silent request from one of our former Ganado Fire District firefighter from Steamboat, Arizona, Mr. Alfred John. If you could add that to the moment of silence. And then also 2 weeks ago, myself and Madam Chair, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, on behalf of the Law and Order Committee, we did go to the National Law Enforcement Police Memorial Wall, and we also took part of the event of where our Navajo law enforcement police officers were added on to the National Memorial Wall. And I would like to have all of those fallen police officers their names that were added to the wall to also be recognized during this moment of silence. Thank you, Speaker.
Well, thank you very much. And adding those individuals that Honorable James is indicated to as well, from the loss of a firefighter to over the years, the many losses that we've had for our public safety workers, especially our frontline members, our police officers who are some of the strongest police officers in this nation, who depend on what we have, the minimal resources that they have, continuously trying to fight every day to make sure that they protect the great Navajo Nation. So with that, colleagues, recognizing the families there in Texas, our family members are lost for a loved one there in the Steamboat, and the numerous families over the years who have been finally recognized by the federal government on the loss of their loved ones too, for these Navajo police officers who have taken the charge and have worn that blue badge onto the next world. So again, thank you. At this time, we'll do a moment of silence for them. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you everyone for that moment of silence. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Are there any other further recognitions at this time?
Big water break behind, I guess, this building, President's office. You don't know how long it's gonna be off.
Here.
So they're shutting all the water shut off around here.
Colleagues, we've just been notified here in one of the chambers that there is a huge water break here in Window Rock, and all the water has been shut off if staff, if we're decided later on that if the details come in the state that that water break is going to be in place for quite some time, I'm going to ask that Naabik'íyáti committee be adjourned later on this afternoon if that is possible, or if that's something. I don't know if that information is available yet, but we just not got that information. So hopefully it's not that long, but we'll see. But there's a huge water break here in Window Rock, Arizona, where there's no water, running water. Just FYI. That, colleagues, moving on down. If there's no other recognitions, we do have item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, you could read the agenda into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navigation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is a regular meeting agenda. Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, May 26, 2022. Proposed agenda. Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navigation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There is 1 journal, April 14, 2022. 5, receive reports, none. 6, old business, none. 7, new business A, legislation 0094-22. B, legislation 0098-22. C, legislation 0099-22. D, legislation 0087-22. E, legislation 0043-22. F, legislation 0049-22. G, legislation 0052-22. H, legislation 0062-22. I, legislation 0040-22. J, legislation 0051-22. K, legislation 0067-22. L, legislation 0074-22. M, legislation 0083-22. N, legislation 0088-22. O, legislation 0060-22. P, legislation 0063-22. Q, legislation 0076-22. R, legislation 0090-22. S, legislation 0097-22. Close of 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and get a motion. Is there a motion on our agenda this morning?
Motion, Halona?
Motion by Honorable Halona. Is there a second?
Second, Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to our agenda this
Speaker
morning?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, I'll put you in the queue. I do have Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Tele. Auto colleagues, auto staff, good morning, auto Speaker, I want to request to remove legislation 0051-22 that was already approved through the special meeting that we had. So I'll go ahead and remove that one, Speaker. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, has a motion by Honorable Stewart to remove 0051-22 off the agenda. Is there a second? Well, before I get a second, this is an act related to the BNF, Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council approving $3,003,441 from the UUFB for the Navajo Nation Election Administration for its expenses in preparation for the 2022 Navajo Nation elections, waiving 12 NNC subsection 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Is there a second for the removal?
Freeland?
Honorable Freeland. Madam Chair, Charles. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. Go to board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused, excuse me. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Vinny votes
Honor-
green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Inez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Inez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable
Green.
Wilson Stewart Jr.
Sorry.
votes green.
Yes.
Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. I'm going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates that voted in favor and 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. On Amendment 1, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. I do have Honorable Freeland next in the queue on the main motion for our agenda. Honorable Freeland, again, good morning. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, staff. Speaker, I would like to make a motion to remove item Q off of the agenda, legislation 0076-22, and move it to the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. That's my motion. Thank you, Speaker.
There's a motion by Honorable Freeland to remove item number Q, which is legislation 0076-22. It's an action related to Health, Education, Human Services, Budget and Finance Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, the Navajo Nation Council approving $9,910,040 for the UUFB to the Department of Personnel Management for $1,500 appreciation awards to Navajo Nation employees for working through the COVID-19 pandemic. That, colleagues, there is a motion to remove that by Honorable Freeland on amendment number 2. Is there a second?
Second, Helona.
Second by Honorable Pernell Helona. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 2? If there are none,
Speaker, this is Delegate Cardi.
hey, with that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, then Madam Chair, Crotty. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours. On the amendment 2.
Yeah, can you just repeat which legislation is going to be removed? Thank you.
Item number Q, legislation 76-22.
That's all you know. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, Madam Chair Cardi, on amendment number 2.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that. So at this time, Speaker, I'm looking at the agenda and I'm not seeing 0086-22. I was going to ask for a modification. Could you give us the status of that legislation and if it needs to be added onto the agenda so that it could receive a vote? Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, party legislation 0086-22 is at Navajo Nation Council already. That legislation has gone on past Naabik'íyáti committee.
Speaker Damon, if staff can review the committee report, I believe Chairman Henyo motioned an action to be taken. Well, while staff looks at that, Speaker, we could move on with this amendment. Thank you. I'll ask on the main motion. Thank you.
Hold on, colleagues. I'm having a reviewing with staff. Colleagues, just to answer your question, Madam Chair, Madam Chair Karati, the question at hand is whether 86 is why is 86 0086-22 not on the agenda? 86-22 was placed onto a special Navajo Nation Council session. At that time, 86-22 was in progress. There was a substitute motion that was taken, and in that discussion of substitute motion, unfortunately, the Navajo Nation Council timed out at midnight. That Navajo Nation Council substitute motion eventually, when the Navajo Nation Council session does come back, whether it be in a special session or a back at the regular summer session, the Navajo Nation legislation 0087-22 or 86-22 is still there at Navajo Nation Council session, and it will be under old business. Ms. Barbara, if you could entail any further involvement to the reason why, and answering Madam Chair Amber Carney's question on why legislation 86-22 is not on today's Naabik'íyáti committee agenda due to the fact that it is already at Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Nabi Committee. This is Dana Boboff, Chief Legislative Counsel, for the record. The legislation 0086 had moved on to council. At council, there was a main motion and a second. So it's in front of council. There is not a process in your rules or under 2 NNC 164 to move a legislation back from council to NABI as far as to take action on that item at NABI. If you want to discuss 86 today, you would need to do that in the form of a report, something like that, but it is not possible to add it back to your new business or old business agenda. Thank you, Speaker. If you want more, I'm certainly available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we are on amendment number 2, which is removing item number legislation 0076-22 off the agenda. Are there any more questions on this amendment? If there are none, let's go to the board on amendment number 2.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay, votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati, how do you vote?
Deja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bacrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Any votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, so, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates that voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on our agenda this morning?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to ask Legislative Council if they could put their recommendations or guidance in writing. That'd be helpful to read. And that would just be helpful in cross-checking what sections or rules that are being identified. But moving on from that, Speaker, I wanted to, I understand that this Naabik'íyáti, we have some time constriction. If this could be a way at our next Naabik'íyáti meeting, if we could add a report regarding a council resolution, CJY 28-08. At this time, that was a council resolution approving the employment contract of Walter H. Haas as the general manager of the Navajo Nation Tribal Utility Authority. I'd like to receive a report in terms of how council is involved with the confirmation and approving the employment contract of the general manager, and then what are some opportunities to re-envision what that contract should look like in 2022. Thank you, Speaker. That's my request for guidance for the next, so not on this agenda item, but for our next report. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. I have one question, Madam Chair, just for further clarity. Who would be, are you suggesting that we reach out to NTUA, or do we work together with the oversight, or both?
Speaker, so thank you. So
And
according
DPM.
to this resolution, it related to government services. So we would need staff to research. When you mentioned oversight, there was certain provisions of government services that were included in Naabik'íyáti, so I believe we're the oversight. But if staff can correct that with their while they do their research, and then if we could receive a copy of the contract that was approved in 2008. So that was, let's see, it was signed by Speaker Morgan, motion by Leonard Teller, second by Jonathan Nez on July 24th, 2008. That's the resolution that I'm referring to, Speaker. So who would need to give us that update? At this point, I would say our staff to let us know where we're at with that contract, and seeing an update in terms of what that looks like. Were there any deadlines? Is there, did it need to be revisited? It's been, let's see, it's been nearly almost 15 years. So I'm not sure, Speaker, in terms of if that's the only action that council takes, or it has to come back to the council to be revisited.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. We have staff, we'll work on that, and if there's any further guidance, we'll go ahead and reach out to you as well. And that will be
Appreciate it.
placed on
Thank
the
you.
next Naabik'íyáti committee agenda for
Thank you.
under receiving reports. With that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Charles Newton on the main motion for review and adopt the agenda.
Speaker, in addition to the report that is being requested right now by Delegate Crotty, I'd like to know how we can also get a report on regarding the Veterans Administration Director. Speaker, I believe since last budget session, we have been requesting a copy of the contract that was signed by President Naz for 6 years. Can we also include that on there to get more information on how we can go about getting a copy of that contract, so we can see what the duties and responsibilities are of the Veterans Administration Director per the contract? Thank you.
Okay, with that, again, we'll reach out to you and to get further clarity, Madam Chair Charles Newton, but I think that's we can go ahead and work to with the staff office of legislative services and from the speaker's office to get that on as a next report or on the next agenda under reports. So we have those two requests. And then we'll reach out to when Chief of Staff gets here too as well, to remind her of that information. Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Brigade, good morning. On the main motion of our agenda.
Okay, Speaker, can I go ahead and make a amendment, a motion?
Yes, I mean, if you want.
Yeah, Speaker, I'd like to make a motion for consent agenda for item B and item C, which will be legislation 0098-22 and then legislation 0099-22. And understand that Delegate Brown is excused today. So I'm not sure who's my Artuso's there, so as a co-sponsor. But this is just a legislation that's supported by Navy for NTIA grants. So I'd like to make a motion to have a consent agenda for both of these legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. There's a motion for a consent agenda on legislation 0098-22, which is an action related to Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting Kayenta Chapter's application to the National Telecommunications and Information Administration for Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program funding, authorizing Kayenta Chapter to access the building, the infrastructure necessary for a resilient broadband solution for Kayenta Chapter in the Black Mesa and Comb Ridge El Capitan regions. Sponsored by Honorable Brown, co-sponsored by Honorable Aroso. Item number C, legislation 0099-22 is an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting the Delcon Chapter District 7 Chapter's application to the National Telecommunications and Information Administration for the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program funding, authorizing the Delcon Chapter and all District 7 chapters to access and build the infrastructure necessary to implement the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program funding. Sponsored by Honorable Elmer Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto. So that, colleagues, amendment number 3 is the consent agenda of both these items under, there's a motion by Honorable Elmer Begay. Is there a second? Second going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I am on the call. I would like to second this motion.
Honorable Brown, good morning. Honorable Brown, second. Colleagues, any comments, questions on the consent motion? If this passes, this would be
Speaker,
the
Delegate Rick Nez request to speak.
Yes, Chairman, on amendment number 3, go ahead, floor is yours.
Honorable Elmer Begay. I'd like to add legislation 0040-22 onto the consent agenda, if you would. Thank you. Requesting modification to the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, there's a request to modify Honorable Elmer Begay to add item number I, legislation 0040-22, which is an action related to the Resource and Development and Health Education, Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council establishing a San Juan River Mitigation Fund, directing the monies received from the regarding Gold King Mine release in San Juan County, Colorado on August 5th, 2015. Number 1, semicolon 18-MD-02824, and underlining and relating actions by the deposited in the San Juan River Mitigation Fund after reimburse of litigation costs. Sponsored by Honorable Chairman Nez, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Amon. That, colleagues, are Honorable Elmer Begay. There's a motion to modify your consent agenda to add on that legislation 0040-22.
Speaker, I accept that. Delegate Begay.
Okay. With that, Honorable Brown.
Yes, Speaker, I concur.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Hey, thank you for that information or for that update on the consent agenda. So with that, colleagues, as of right now on this motion, we do have legislation 0098-22, 0099-22, and 0040-22. We go back to the floor. I think I heard Madam Chair Charles Newman.
Speaker, I do have questions for all three of the legislation. Thank you.
Hey, with that, colleagues, all three of the legislations are deferred back to the main motion, or back to the regular presentation of each individual legislation, due to the fact that again, consent agenda items need to be consented consecutively within a period of approving it through the amendment process. And at this time, Madam Chair Charles Newman has questions on all three. So with that, let's go back. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, on or review and adopt the agenda? Everybody else in the queue? Going twice. We're on the main motion. Going three times. Mr. Rico, second reading.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have two amendments to the agenda. Amendment number 1 is to delete 0051-22 from the agenda. That was item J. The other amendment number 2 is to delete legislation 0076-22 off the agenda as well. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Kiala votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Dan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 20 delegates that voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 20 in favor, colleagues. 0 opposed. And chair not voting. Motion carries. We do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Let's continue on down. Item number 4, review and adopt the journals. April 14th, 2022. Colleagues, was sent out last Tuesday?
No,
This past Tuesday at 1:30 was sent out, and this morning again at 8:20 a.m. What's the will of the committee?
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Motion to accept it by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second? Second by Chairman Henio. Accept the reports. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Not? Let's go to the board to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green via text. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote.
Halona
Honorable
was red,
Jamie.
or green, sorry.
On the screen.
Excuse me, Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate,
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable
green.
Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Once more, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 20 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. Let's continue moving on. Item number 5, receiving reports, there are none. Item number 6, old business, there is none. Item number 7, new business legislation 0094-22, sponsored by Honorable Herman Daniels, co-sponsored by Honorable Charlene So, and co-sponsored by myself, Seth Thaman. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0094-22 is an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee approving the revised Naboo Utah Water Rights Settlement Agreement. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon, and co-sponsored by Honorable Charlene So. There are no committee reports, as this is the Naabik'íyáti is the first and only committee that this legislation will go to. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Second by
Delegate
Delegate.
Jr.
Motion is by Chairman Daniel So. Second is by Honorable Kealan Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Final authority is here at Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Chairman Damon,
What?
Gracious Speaker.
That, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Otto So in the queue. That, let me go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Charlene So. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Suzette. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Good morning, 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you for allowing me this time to present the legislation 0094-22. Navajo Utah Water Rights Settlement Agreement. Said that and there has been some revisions. Lake Lake Utah has under Kedahat Iniki a legislation been a year out of the Kuidashin, his state partners, that Energy federal partners, the initial Hunzago, Holjisk, Arotik at Nanegi, Nason, as we're getting ready. We did finally come to the concluding parts of this agreement with our federal and state partners. And I get to go in his state representative, Senator Romney, initial. We came to the settlement terms, and there are some revisions that were made, and I do want to leave some of this discussion to be open to our Attorney General and to our Land Department. Between 2003 and 2015, the settlement talks were led by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Unit. Our previous leaders, they were majorly involved with this discussion with the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission. So we did receive a lot of technical assistance from the Department of Water Resources. There was a settlement agreed upon in 2015. As we're moving forward, on December 21st, 2020, the United States Congress approved the Navajo Utah Water Rights Settlement Act as part of the Comprehensive Appropriations Act 2021, which contains Section 1102, the Navajo Utah Water Rights Settlement, recognizing the water rights of the Navajo Nation in Utah and authorizing funding for water infrastructure development. And on December 28th, the United States President signed the Comprehensive Appropriations Act 2021, which was signed into law as Public Law 116-260. And this act now ratifies the settlement agreement between the Navajo Nation and the state of Utah and authorizes the Secretary to execute the settlement agreement with any amendments to the agreement necessary to make the agreement consistent with the act. As we continue to move forward, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Unit worked with attorneys from the state of Utah and the United States to conform the settlement agreement to make the agreement consistent with the act as required by the execution by the Secretary on behalf of the United States. And as we do know, our Utah constituents are relatives, and we do have 7 chapters in Utah. Our respective departments have been really good and diligent to presenting to the 7 chapters and providing updates as well to the Navajo Utah Commission. And I know that we are going to be having a signing ceremony of this this legislation here soon. We will be joined also with the Lieutenant Governor and Governor of the state of Utah. So as we're moving forward to that, we're moving forward to the progress as far as providing funding and infrastructure needs to our Utah constituents. And right now, a lot of the families there have been impacted by drought. Farming that energy I supported this legislation wholeheartedly. I want to thank my Honorable Herman Daniels for being the main sponsor of this legislation. Honorable Speaker Damon. And as we are moving forward again, we have been seeking a lot of technical assistance. And over the years, the Utah Navajo chapters have put in a lot of their input as to what the needs are. We do have supporting resolutions from the 7 chapters there from the state of Utah. Out of the Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission has provided periodic reports, as I did state, and especially with the negotiations as it's proceeded. And on March 26, 2015, Utah Governor Herbert signed, I believe it's Exhibit J, a concurrent resolution of the Utah legislature and governor, which declares support for the negotiated settlement of the Federal Reserve water rights between the Navajo Nation and representatives of the state of Utah. So in the accident, we did receive immense support from the state of Utah out of previous Governor Herbert. So you know, as this takes time, I am very proud that with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we are going to be moving forward with one of the main agreements that have taken a very long course of time. And as we do say, life is water, and we stand by that statement. We live by that statement. We have that belief. And Chairman, if I could allow some time to the Attorney General as well as with the Water Rights Department to give some brief description to the amended changes to this legislation. Yes.
Thank you. To the agent, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate So, and to members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is Michelle Brown Yazzie. I'm the Assistant Attorney General for the Water Rights Unit at DOJ. Tkachitin shle anatlana bashashchin sinajini dashache anatlana dashanala natniljin danasha. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And Delegate So, you presented the history of this settlement agreement. And so I just want to touch on what the major changes, the revisions are in the settlement agreement that the committee is now being asked to approve. So the major revisions deal with the original settlement agreement that was brought forth to the Navajo Nation Council in 2015 and 2016. It was originally designed to be a project-based settlement, similar to the settlement that the council approved in New Mexico. However, based on lessons learned, the settlement for the Navajo-Utah settlement agreement was transformed into what we call now a fund-based settlement. And that is what was approved and funded by Congress. The act also establishes the Navajo-Utah Settlement Trust Fund. And we did get word that, or I should say OOC's investment section staff informed DOJ that the U.S. Department of Interior's Bureau of Trust Funds Administration confirmed receipt of funds for the Navajo Nation associated with the Navajo-Utah Water Rights Settlement Act of 2020. And the amount of funds received is just a little over $210 million for this settlement fund. So a fund-based settlement gives discretion or more discretion to the Navajo Nation to decide, plan, and manage water infrastructure projects and the established trust fund related to the settlement. A majority of the revisions transfer authority and responsibilities from the Secretary to the Navajo Nation government to make project and funding decisions to fulfill this settlement. Again, that's the major changes that took place when we worked with the U.S. attorneys and the Utah attorneys to conform the original settlement to be consistent with the Navajo-Utah Water Rights Settlement Act. I'm open to any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Honorable Cheryl, and so does that conclude your presentation?
Oh, 我先观察过 the legislation needs and presented this list actually all clear. Questions, other comments. I'm open to that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. With that, let me go to the floor then. I do have a motion. I do have a second. With that, let me go to Vice Chair Smith.
Good morning, Chairman Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members of the Navajo Nation, those listening on board throughout the session here that we're having with legislation this morning. I'd like to thank for being a co-sponsor for this important Untitled. I fully support this. Looking at the legislation, and on page 5 of 5, I think it is, it talks about the December 28, 2020, United States President signed the Comprehensive Appropriations Act 2021 into law as Public Law 116-260. Is that what they're going to be amending, that law? I know you have your attorney there. I didn't catch her name, but she was up for any questions. And if that is so, that's something important to realize and to understand how this is going to be, because it's a settlement. It's not going to court, which is good. Anytime that we take something to court, takes almost forever to get a settlement. But this is something that I think is within the act of that public law 116260 subsection 1102 of 2020. And tomorrow is the signing of this. So is this imperative? That's my other question. Is this imperative that we take action on this in order to have that water rights signed? I'd like to be there because I remember having this brought forth at the 23rd Navajo Council, and I did support this, and I did vote green on the water for the Utah water rights, and during that time. That is my two questions at this point in time, but I'll sure have other questions. But that was on page 3 of 3 on the legislation regarding the Public Act of 116 settlement agreement between Navajo Nation and the state of Utah, and authorizes the secretary to execute settlement agreement. So that weighs a lot, it sounds like. Just want to hear a little bit more about how that works, because Arizona is trying to work with their water rights, and we really need to get our water rights solidified, and it is imperative because they're getting that San Juan Gallup water coming down from San Juan into the Gallup Water Project, and in order to cross over into state of Arizona, they say that we have to have the Arizona water rights completed. And I was driving along 264, the Navajo Code Talker Road from Yatahey out to the state of Arizona, and I see some clearing going on. I was just wondering if that was part of the water that's going to be going out there. But that's on a separate note. Don't mean to be going off into another aspect of Arizona water rights, but it's important that we support the water rights for our Navajo Nation, and especially the Navajo water rights settlement. Thank you, Chairman Damon.
Thank you. That, let me go ahead and move on down. You have Honorable Otto So, then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My thought, I got some of my questions answered from what I heard earlier, but what I am getting to is the water rights. We know that under the 23rd Council, Honorable Davis Pilford had introduced the legislation, and which led to the majority vote or unanimous vote to approve the Utah Water Rights Settlement Act. But with what the differences of then and this amendment, what is the monetary value that has increased the value for the Navajo Nation in such as projects for our people in the vicinity of the affected areas or the impacted areas of the Utah water rights settlement. So those are just some of my thoughts, the direct benefits that the Navajo people will be directly benefiting from. Those are just some of my thoughts and my questions pertaining to this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go back to Honorable Charlene So for the response.
Mr. Speaker, I can respond.
Great. At this time, I'll go to you then.
Okay, thank you.
Ozzy, go ahead, and then I'll go make sure Honorable Charlene So is still with us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Delegates Smith and Delegate So for your questions. In regards to your first question, Delegate Smith, you asked, I believe, whether this resolution is attempting to amend what Congress passed and the President executed into law. That is not what this resolution is doing. This resolution is part of the process that we're having to go through to finalize the agreement, and there are several more steps as well. So Congress did pass the Navajo Utah Water Rights Settlement Act on December 27th. The President signed it into law. The Navajo Nation did approve a settlement agreement in 2016 under CJY 7-16. And that was the proposed agreement. What Congress actually passed was a little different than what the Navajo Nation Council had approved. However, that was expected because in CJY 7-16, the council did authorize this committee to approve the revised settlement agreement and to authorize the President of the Navajo Nation to execute the same. So that doesn't mean that the Navajo Nation was not involved when there were changes made, which were finally approved by Congress. So the nation was aware of changes such as this being a fund-based settlement versus a project-based settlement. And so we're at this point in time where the agreement had to be revised to be consistent with the congressional act. It had to be what we call conformed in order for it to be executed. So this is just another step in the process. And so myself and other members of DOJ were involved, as well as the Department of Water Resources, in reviewing the original settlement, as well as the act and proposed changes to the settlement in order to be consistent with the act. We did participate, and the final conformed act was also reviewed by DOJ, by the Water Rights Unit, as well as the Natural Resources Unit, and before being put into the 164 process to be presented to this committee. So once the council or the Naabik'íyáti committee approves this revised settlement agreement, it can then be executed by all of the parties, which is the Secretary of Interior on behalf of the U.S., the Governor of Utah on behalf of Utah, and President Nez and the Attorney General McPaul on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And that is the signing ceremony that was mentioned earlier. So after the settlement agreement is executed by all of the parties, then it will also be filed with the court. That's another step that has to take place to complete this process. So once it's filed with the court, it will take a little bit more time, but I do want to assure you that implementation of the Settlement Act is already moving forward. These are just legal steps that have to take place in order to complete the agreement and adhere to the act in order to complete. We have to complete these processes. So I hope that answers your first question. And in regards to your second question, as to whether this is imperative for the signing ceremony, it is. The conformed agreement had actually, we thought we came to an agreement earlier when the signing ceremony had been scheduled. However, there were changes requested by the other parties, and we had already started this through the process, and we had to make a few changes. However, it is finalized. We thought it was finalized earlier, but because of the changes, it didn't get finalized until a little bit later. So today was the first day we were able to get the matter onto the agenda. And so we hope that the committee will approve this revised agreement for that purpose as well. However, all those that had reviewed the resolution and the revised agreement do recommend that this be approved. In regards to Delegate So's question about the monetary value, so what was agreed upon was approximately $216 million, and that was to be funded by the federal government as well as the state of Utah. And so far, both the U.S. government and the state of Utah have appropriated those funds to be placed in the trust fund for the Navajo Nation to utilize for water infrastructure projects. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Charlene So, are you on the line? Honorable Charlene So.
Can you hear me, Shisha?
Yes, I can hear you. Does that conclude your response?
Yes, it does, sir.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? On legislation 0094-22.
Speaker, Delegate Otto So.
Honorable Otto So, go ahead, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The other thing too, just regarding to the amendment, and we know that the negotiations happen, and what were some of the negative portions of what we had to, did we lose anything pertaining to the water right? You know, I know that it's an amendment. It's usually a give and take, and we know that now it's clear that the nation in the region there directly impacted is the people directly impacted by the settlement. Well, you know, there's an investment of about $200 million in future waterline projects for the region there in that area. But what I'm getting to is that, what about the negative impacts of the renegotiations and the which today we had to agree to? It's just like the gaming compact. There's the legislation that came forth to amend the gaming compact, and there's things that the state wanted, and the nation was at different sides, or tribal nations were at different sides with the states to amend the gaming compact for the state of Arizona. So with this current water rights act here, what were the what did we lose? Did we lose anything to what was originally approved? Thank you.
Chairman Davis and Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much. Honorable Otto So, let me go back down to Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours. Then I'll come back to the sponsor again.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and Navajo Committees of the Navajo Nation, those that are listening on board. This is very important to understand any water settlement and how this develops. I understood that this is steps to go through in order to, file with the court and take a little more, that will take a little more time, and it's legal steps to complete this agreement. Therefore, the state and Navajo Nation and the U.S. government coming to a conclusion of this agreement to allow us to have our water rights in the state of Utah on the Navajo Nation side. My question is, will this affect the quantification or the diversion rate? I know that we're allowed 81,500 acre feet per year. And what are the physical shortages? It basically talks about it within Exhibit A, I think it is, talking about the physical shortages. The reason why I bring that up is because we're at this point in time that there's no rain. And I understand that the dam over in Page, Arizona has closed its, I guess, to release rate because of the water levels really dropping drastically. And will this be an impact? Because we haven't got word from the court yet. Would they be saying, okay, you had agreed with this back in 2016 under the CJA-7-16. Therefore, now today is different, and the water is at the point of, I guess you could say, physical shortages. Basically, how does that do the impact? And the other one too is that 4.2.4, the compact curtailment. Could you kind of elaborate on that a little bit? I'm trying to decipher that. I'm doing the best I can. Maybe you can put it in layman's terms. Hopefully, Raymond's terms will catch it. Thank you, Chairman Damon.
Thank you. Now, let me go back to Honorable Charlene. So,
Thank you, Naboo. I often see the game.
Honorable Charlene, so I can barely hear you.
Apologize, Speaker. I'm dealing with a bit of a source. If I could have DOJ respond to that. Questions put forth by colleagues.
Okay. DOJ and Water Management Branch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, thank you to Delegate Smith and Delegate So for your questions. In response to Delegate So's questions, if we lost anything or if there were any negative impacts from the point of time of the approved proposed agreement that was passed by the Navajo Nation Council, and then what was finally passed by Congress. As far as I'm aware, because I wasn't present at the time, is that we did not lose anything of significance, that what was agreed upon for the most part did move through Congress. The major changes that occurred is that, again, we went from a project-based settlement to a fund-based settlement. Now, a good example of what a project-based settlement is the New Mexico San Juan River Basin settlement with the Navajo Nation. And as you're all aware, the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project was the project that was funded through that settlement. And anytime there's changes with the project and any need for changes, we actually have to go back to Congress to make any changes. And that's what we're working on now, is we're asking for amendments to PL 11111 to increase the cost because BOR was a little off, and also to extend the expiration date. I don't want to go off onto that tangent. However, what was, I guess, the lessons learned with these Indian water rights settlements is that if they're very specific as to how the project is supposed to be completed in the act, anytime there has to be changes, you have to go back to Congress. And so there were changes, being that now Congress would provide funding, which was the request of the nation for water infrastructure projects. And instead of laying out specifics, it actually gives discretion to the nation after the act is approved as to what water projects will be constructed, as well as discretion on how to handle the trust fund, including using it for investment purposes to be able to increase funding for Navajo water projects in the Utah area. So I would say that those that were a part of the negotiations and oversaw the settlement process and the approval process by Congress would say that there were actually gains made by moving from a project-based settlement to a fund-based settlement. In regards to Delegate Smith's question about the court, will this affect, okay, the first question was, will this affect the quantification? Again, this is not changing anything in the Congressional Act. What we are doing is changing the original settlement to be consistent with the Congressional Act. So everything in the Congressional Act remains the same. This agreement is actually just aligning with that Congressional Act. So there will not be any changes made to the quantification of the nation's water rights that were approved by Congress in the Act. And the court would not be making any changes such as that as well. And the court would be accepting the agreement of the parties that this is a settlement agreement. So there wouldn't be any further adjudication. They would just be accepting all of this into the record. You talked about the drought. Now the drought, since we already reached an agreement, also does not affect the quantification of the nation's water rights in this agreement. And you asked, I'd probably like to defer to the Water Management Branch on the questions about the releases and the lack of releases due to the drought. But as far as I know, that with these settlements, we're a little bit more secure in how the drought would affect the nation, because the nation has the earliest priority date. And so the nation would not be the first affected by the drought. It would be the junior users first. And so it's a good example of why a settlement would be helpful to the nation in, securing its water for the future as well. I'm not sure what you meant by the compact curtailment. I don't know if you could elaborate on your question or point me to where you're seeing that language so that I can take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. That conclude your response, Honorable Charlene. So, okay, thank you. With that, any other further comments or questions, colleagues, on the main motion of legislation 0094-22?
Chairman Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
Sure. Thank you. One question, Naabik'íyáti members and Shema, for the signing ceremony. Where's that going to be at, and what time will that be? So that I'd like to participate in this, as it reflects back in the CJA-7-16. It's a historical moment, and any water rights that we get is very important. It's imperative that we do support water rights on behalf of the Navajo Nation in itself. Thank you, Chairman.
Great. With that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions? Oh, Honorable Eugene, so floor is yours.
Sure. that's what we want. What those things are just kids. So, the water settlement, Yagila, Ang, Sokola, Yana, Ilan Sonya. As he talked about that, major sign ceremony, hadn't had Ilan by his children Sonya, or since I thought Nasa what Nasi was late at Ila. And then I deal kid on Sonya. If it's already there, why are we questioning? Are we just campaigning for ourselves or something? So I thought ceremonies that I thought not. It's already there. I think we can change anything if it's already settled, unless we had to go about it all the way around, all the way again. I'm just curious. So if it's signed, then we're discussing the ceremony, signing. I reckon it's all down pat. I don't know how much water we got. Maybe a few cups or maybe a bucket. But with that, I guess we're appreciative. I should have. So, because you know, you have opposite face up. So that that would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Charlene, so let me go back to you for response for two of your colleagues.
First off, I will go ahead and respond to Honorable Eugene So. Shiyashdi kwe patent kitigi auto kwe water rights settlement. Ni is call sign as if if you could have your staff gather the info and disperse the signing ceremony to the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates. This has been an effort that we have been heavily pursuing and advocated for. I know that I've advocated so many times for this in DC, and to have all of the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates to be there to celebrate this moment in history would mean a lot to the Utah constituents and to myself. If you can have staff work on that. The purpose of this legislation, it has to be conformed and aligned to the congressional, just pretty much aligned to that purpose, the Congressional Act. They can act upon it, and that's just the small revisions that we're pushing forth, Shiyash. For the other response, I will go ahead and divert that to our to DOJ again, Shiyash. Thank you.
That we go to the agent.
Okay. I believe the question was about the signing ceremony. At DOJ, we are not part of that event planning. That was the president's office, but I do know that attendance by all of the parties had to be limited due to the requirements of due to the pandemic. But I guess that question should be directed to the president's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues. Any other further comments, questions? Vice Chair Smith, we'll get that information out. I do believe that we have some information on that. And forward that out to the council again. Any other question or comment, colleagues, on legislation 0094-2? Main motion.
Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Otto So.
I really appreciate the breaking down the differences pertaining to the settlement, breaking it down to changing it out to a project base. And you just alluded to the using the New Mexico water settlement as an example, and the Gallup pipeline project is a prime example. We do agree that such water tributaries to be built out throughout the nation within that affected area. But one area that really my concerns on the project base is that the O&M portion of
Otto So, we're losing you. Honorable Otto So.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you again.
Okay. This as an example, the Gallup Waterline project does not have any no O&M. So once the water line is completed and is up and operational, the water facility is actually there's no funds to really that has been appropriated to address the operation maintenance, and especially the economic portion of utilizing those waters. Right now, we have a trunk line running from the Animus into, I guess, through utilizing the water line coming from Upper Fruitland into Shiprock, and then the water that's being transported down from Shiprock down to Highway, or down to Gallup to the 3 large tank, and where Navajo is basically funding water source for the city of Gallup. But along those trunk lines, there's no main water line connection to the communities there. I know that we've been on ARPA, Department of Water Resources has put in funding for a funding request to do connection on the Gallup water line pipeline to some of our communities that reside along the Gallup pipeline. And I'm wondering if there's a project base that you know, if the main trunk line is built, does this affect? Will this be the similar? Will this be the same thing? Since you alluded to utilizing Gallup water line project as an example, and that example is something that I have concerns on. Go ahead.
Any other further comments or questions, colleagues? If there are none, we'll go back to sponsor. Honorable Charlene So.
Thank you, Chairman Damon. Thank you again, Adonana Shiash, for that concern. I don't have much of a response to it. I know that's one discussion and planning that will have to take place. We do have our enterprises such as UA and state partners that will pretty much help us elaborate to put this planning forth. And I'm not too sure if DOJ has a response at this time. Thank you, Chairman.
Department of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Delegate So, again for your question. So I did use the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project as an example, and the New Mexico settlement, which the project is under, to explain what this settlement is not. So that was a project-based settlement. The Navajo Utah settlement is a fund-based settlement. And as I said earlier, there were lessons learned from the New Mexico settlement, including issues that the nation, the US, and New Mexico are dealing with the project based settlement. And so that is why the Navajo Utah water rights settlement is a fund-based settlement. And again, as I explained earlier, the Navajo Nation has more discretion, to plan and design and construct the water infrastructure under this settlement, whereas the project managers in the New Mexico settlement and the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project is the Bureau of Reclamation. In this settlement, the Navajo Utah settlement, it'll be the Navajo Nation that manages the project. So any issues that we are dealing with now can be something that's addressed prior to the construction of the water infrastructure projects under this settlement. So it'll be the Department of Water Resources who makes those decisions. And I do know, I have heard Mr. John talk about, collaborating with the communities. So I don't know if anyone from Department of Water Resources is on and could address that, but again, there were lessons learned from the New Mexico settlement that they do want to try to avoid in this settlement, and that's why there were changes made. I hope that, and you did talk about O&M. My understanding is that there is funding for O&M. However, there will be a time when it will need to be addressed again by the nation for continued O&M costs. Thank you.
That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. To the board on legislation 0094-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay votes green via text. Again, Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines-Bacrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines-Bacrati.
On my vote, no.
Honorable Amber Kines-Bacrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James
Honorable,
votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate
Honorable-
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote.
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
John votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates that voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 19 in favor, 0 opposed. And chair not voting on legislation 0094-22. That, moving on down. Item number B, legislation 0098-22, sponsored by Honorable Brown, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So. That, Rico, if you read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0098-22, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting the Kayenta chapter's application to the National Telecommunication and Information Administration for tribal broadband connectivity program funding, authorizing the Kayenta chapter to access and build the infrastructure necessary for a resilient broadband solution for Kayenta chapter in the Black Mesa and Comridge El Capitan regions. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Daniel Brown and co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
All right, colleagues, can I get a motion?
I'll give a gay.
Honorable Elmer Begay's motions. Is there a second?
Eugene So.
Eugene, so any comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a question.
Okay, with that, I'm gonna go over to Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown, the floor is yours.
So yeah, Tapen, session on 24th Navajo Nation Council, Auto Peggy Chair, Delegate. Auto Kwada, Anos Kodasan Sangi Legislation 0098-22 is accepting funding from the National Telecommunication and Information Administration for tribal broadband connectivity. So this is a grant that was written by our team from University of Utah with the School of Engineer and the School of Architect. Mr. Dalton Singer, our Kayenta chapter president, is the individual who signed for this grant. So many people have been working on this. This is a grant. You will see in the body of the legislation back in 2021, there's a deadline that we had to meet to apply for this. So this is for the communities of Black Mesa in the Kayenta chapter region on top of Black Mesa, where there is not a lot of infrastructure for broadband and other infrastructure for water and power line. So our team has brought this upon themselves to help our communities in Kayenta and Comb Ridge. Comb Ridge is north of Kayenta. So we still have, and due to the pandemic, and as we're meeting over Zoom right now and over our phone line, unfortunately, our people who live in these areas do not have any type of broadband service. So first of all, I wanted to express my deep appreciation to the team who continue to help us and our Dene people. The University of Utah, the professors who have, colleagues. I also want to make sure that this council continues to give our deep gratitude to our people, our chapter official, and also especially the University of Utah, our team who have been working late. I know the past few weeks, the chapter president, my LDA, Renee Hoshnik, with Shandana Yosef and Minjing and others, Mustafa, who have been working around the clock, working with individuals from the National Telecommunication Information Administration. So we also have working with the organization, our contact people are two individuals, Gabriel and let me see, I forget the other individual's name, but we are meeting with them regularly. My team has been meeting with them and going back and forth, but with NTIA, this is a process that we have to go through in order to accept the funds so we can receive these funds to help our people in the Kayenta chapter area. The good thing about this grant, so over 980 million was set aside for tribes to apply for this broadband. So, and our team, so you would have to apply and do all the process is lengthy. You have to make sure that you are registered in all the federal grant databases. A lot of work and a lot of data is collected by our wonderful University of Utah professors. all the data has been compiled and put into the grant application. So you will see in the body of the legislation the amount of people where we want to help, that this will help. So the other good thing about this grant is there's no matching funds that is required by NTIA. So that's really good for us. I know the other grants that we secured, we had to have matching funds from the chapter or the Navajo Nation. But with this, it's pretty simple. It's to accept funding, and the next legislation is also the same funding source, also the national telecommunication. So DDD nahot in Latin action da and also our Navajo Nation employees, our Navajo students really need this connectivity. So it is because of our connections with the University of Utah, also with the nonprofit that our chapters really support, which is the Untitled initiative. So this is kind of the same process that Speaker's office did attend the. We did have the Secretary of Department of Energy recently in Kayenta with Congressman O'Halloran, and it is our same team that wrote these grants. So it's the same individuals, different federal agency funding agencies are funding this. So really, this legislation is merely to accept the funding for $6.5 million to the community of Kayenta, and this will also help. When we talk about the planning of the American Rescue Plan, so maybe we can subtract a little bit from 6.5 million on a bigger plan of the ARPA funds for broadband. So and then also there is a deadline that's coming up. The individuals from NTIA did and through the NTIA federal grant, this is a requirement. So they have been working with the Navajo Nation with other previous grants also. So including Delcon, and I believe NTOA also did apply for the same to the same grant agency. But I wanted to give some time to our team, some of the key team members who have been working literally around the clock, late at night, on weekends. But I would want to give a little bit of time to our Kayenta chapter president, Mr. Dalton Singer, a couple minutes, and then after that, if we can give some time, I believe, to Shandana Yosef is online, or Menjing is also online. So first, if we can allow a Kayenta chapter president to add some of his important comments on this legislation. So Speaker, if we can allow Kayenta chapter president, Mr. Singer, to speak on this.
Yes, you do have 11 minutes, 45 seconds off.
Dalton Singer and she Kayenta chapter along the seta. Don't end Shinigi Shin Shonki Ani Bashishin, when the Gani that she do look at in additional. Tournation, they are see other Nashado, Hen get the shin. Shan Ani other does not Gido Condi legislation, Nikita, Nil Sosiki. Shown the general bundle in though. See, been Yagi Oganja, Kedahat in a Gido, they Ogata Jido, they Comrigia. Tabaganigi Aj broadband Gido Beta Hanoda. Oko Ado Chin broadband ERC in so Ado Mato shed the Kagi ARC nini get Shindana, no, not either agenda, Nishi. See the chapter, Yandal Nisha, the J, Oko, 80, see Van Kenson, General chapter, Yandal Nishto, see on the Kibeso Hanitra, quit she LGA certified chapter with ya, she quit certified Nikidia, on the Kibeso had been ya, projects, see, had to eat.
Thank you.
See, but I quit on a Daniel. I can't get the dash nil though. Kuroshi, Natnado, Kidishi on Shintana do, Minjing do Jingly, I see the Kai jail, great. The Kai jail had the, yeah. Thank you. I'm done.
Oh, so Singer, you're going in and out. Brown.
I apologize. As you can tell, we need broadband in Kienta, so.
Yes, Speaker. Now if we can allow, give some time to one of our champions, Ms. Shandana, if she can be allowed some time to speak on this very important legislation as well. Speaker, can you hear me? And then Ms. Joseph, it would be *6 to unmute if you're on the phone.
Who did you say again?
Hi, this is Shindani Yusuf. I'm an associate professor of architecture at the University of Utah, and I would rather actually not make a presentation, but ask the delegates, the honorable delegates here, if they have any questions, technical questions, or mapping questions, or any other questions about governance of this project for me.
Thank you. That.
Are there no questions?
Honorable Brown, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, Speaker. This concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go to the floor. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Delegate Brown, for the presentation regarding this grant. My one question is, I know that you did state that the Navajo Nation also applied for this grant as well. The reason why I asked that this be removed from the consent agenda is because there are many chapters that are interested in applying for grants. And I understand that even our enterprises and who are interested in applying for grants, they do need the permission of the Navajo Nation, which is what is happening today. But my question is, in terms of what the Navajo Nation applied for, is that like when the Navajo Nation applied for this grant money, did that also include your area? Or did it not include your area, which is why you guys are applying for this grant? Thank you, Speaker. That's my one question.
Thank you very much.
I can answer this.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Newton. With that, let me go on down. Honorable Keon-Begay. Honorable Keon-Begay.
I can answer this question because
Honorable Brown. Ma'am,
yes.
if you would hold off till I go back to Honorable Brown so he can recognize you. Honorable Keon-Begay.
Yeah, this is Chase. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, this is Chase. But di koto
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I can't hear Delegate Begay.
Begay, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Ayisiki Benaidish Kodo Bahate Sihiki. There's a bigger, broader component. You saw my memorandum last evening, regarding FirstNet, which is public safety program. That as of yesterday, I've talked with the contractors, which is AT&T. Several areas the guarantee, and hopefully that the funding will be secured, which is that location of these cell tower to be established. Are they secured? Who is really the lead company? Will it be Cellular One? Will it be NTUA or who? Three main area basically. I mean, unless I kept saying, unless that I'm being targeted, that a lot of my projects are being delayed for intentionally. But Low Mountain, I mean, to my understanding, they have the money, but all what's there is the main pole, the steel. Other equipment for over a year. If we're talking about the seriousness of having broadband, I mean, I kept asking the administration, and this is the main reason why opera funding, or your support is needed, because a lot of these bigger area of a situation for each of our chapter are left out. And I'm sure that's the reason why some of our chapters are beginning to say, enough, we're not going to wait for our Navajo Nation government to get these funding, which is a good thing in a way. But the other area that I'm having problem with is establish. I mean, RDC, we're working on it, but the position by the land department is that each of these towers, they're paying $12,000 lease fee. Of course, that's another reason why I'm being told that the $12,000, we're just going to be spending too much money just to maintain that tower. These are some areas that I continue to address. And then the other area, which I've been asking for a legislation, and I kept, Speaker, the latest that I sent you is an email of listing of legislation that I have submitted, and co-location and roaming agreement mandate. Because each of these towers could able to locate 3 companies. But you know that each company, they want their own cell tower. just so that they make the money off of there. But they're not considering that we're supposed to help the Navajo people have communication in whatever means that they need the communication. Because on it, I think that that's what I'm afraid of, that we still going to have problem internally, that these companies will be told that you're going to, in order for us to have you release this land to operate the tower, you have to go into agreement to pay $12,000 a year at the Dalton. And then once that tower is established, whoever's established it, they're going to say, well, we're not going to go in agreement with you because this is our tower. You can co-locate. So there's an internal situation that we have. I want to put this up because we're talking about broadband. We're talking about your justification of getting the service out there to your people. I appreciate that in Kayenta area. If you look at my memo last night, I've mentioned Kayenta that if the Navajo Nation Land Department doesn't work with the AT&T, Kayenta, Tuba City, and other areas, they're going to be left out with no FirstNet program or establishment of the infrastructure. Of course, there's 19 sites on the Navajo Nation that's in jeopardy right now. It specifies the reason why AT&T is having a problem in establishing FirstNet infrastructure on the Navajo Nation. A bigger problem we have internally. We have been addressing this. Don't say. I'm not saying that RDC are not working on it. We have been addressing this. But and this goes back further in my memo. I've indicated. CMA 12-20, 2 years ago. Established these infrastructure across the Navajo Nation that they need. Because only established after 2 years, not much has been done. So what's the purpose of having the CMA 12-20? It says FirstNet and other technology or communication infrastructure. Yesterday, I talked to our legislative counsel, Dana, Ms. Barbara. I told her, could you just let me allow to help me to go to the court and have the court clarify what this particular legislation is supposed to do? Maybe and I always say that there's a reason why we have the three-branch government. If we're not utilizing one of them, we always do what we want to do. But let the court determine and really Speaker, I know again, whenever I speak, somebody always intentionally starts interrupting me. Speaker.
Honorable Kiambi, did anybody speak or say something just now?
But I'd like to continue, Speaker.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't hear anything, Honorable Kiambi.
So, Hazashi became the Notato, Hazashi Toshin, his Hutat, and the Shehut Silfahos and Nipe, but not by Yashki, Shisazinke. Akoko, the Shinit again, go to Low Mountain. The tower, the further, almost a mile away, tower Ashoyat, and the NTUA is having is a problem of getting the electricity over there. So what they're doing now is running that tower by, I think it was some type of a generator or some type of a natural gas to generate power to operate that tower. So what ego na has go dikat o ya zindagi ashi ibn nat ne o nan hit it no base of kenai so can hit it no yeah. The reason is that majority of the most needed infrastructure are not part of the budget, including Low Mountain. Akoko 8 kwadoshan and ano sindiki halet out my memo to the president, my memo to the speaker. At the end of the paragraph, it does say that I like to request for a work session to continue address this issue. That is actually based on successfully getting the cell tower, because each tower and has to be connected. You can't just, like, for example, you can't just establish water line to only certain home, but you got to connect it to the main line to get the water to that location. That's how a lot of these broadband and cell services works. So and the connection of it still has to take place, because each of these data service has to be run through these particular wires or the fibers or whatever they call it to get these services out there. So Kodot Arnold Sashin and Kitish Kitolish and Arnold Lenigi Arnold Sash, Shenigi brother, Mr. Brown, and then other Kodo, Mr. Begay. Ashita Kodo, Kaya and Linigis and Happy Lata as Lee, Ado Land Department, Dash Aita, Hela, you should cut that on who's going to be the carrier. But I guess if they've already agreed to it, I guess they don't have a problem paying $12,000. Then I guess it's okay for them. But again, if you start going to a smaller community, that's when they'll have a problem to say that we can't serve this because we're just going to spend in too much paying the fees, then paying too much for the O&M, while we're only about 4 or 5 or several hundred customers. So that's the other seriousness that we have. The first net, the Sindiki Ape Benashita Koto Yego, Ntshago Quacky, Deet Ego Quacky Alab, Dia Lindiki, the dot, Nishiki, there would have been a good justification on this. Although I thought there's a fiber line that's going to be running through. I believe there's a fiber line going from Phoenix to Denver and Salt Lake City. I believe it was Arcadian that's running the fiber line. And my question is that why do we allow that to go through quickly while we're trying to establish our own infrastructures, our own Navajo people that our Navajo people will benefit. On hitan that the illegal Lihashi Lagana G at Lago and Hay could it at the end it Asa Tower ye dot seat at the end of me a Janda dil Tasabane Kite. So a quacky geese at this at the chairman speaker Doshman Anno Senegi, some way, one way or another, we got to resolve this. So even if we approve this, even if we approve opera funding in the amount of $100 million, we will still have problem with companies saying that they're going to be paying too much of a service that where they're going to be at. Unless they're the populated area, I guess they're going to be okay because there's more people living in these bigger communities. Like for us, it's Chinle is probably like Tuba City and Fort Defiance. They don't really have a problem. But if you have less than 800 or 500 voter registration, then there begins to be a bigger problem for us to really justify to say that this particular type of infrastructure is needed in these communities. So ako ben na go akwa ki hazo Australia to hazo panet on aniat etole to zo atil ni at sisako ado ikanda hini ashin hot ashi bahasniya kat tukado kodot aita Navajo Nation $53 million in yen source koto ni adon shi kodo sa nanil source other sa nanil source akotha kushin kodona soshin nil source to lik aj. I'm sure that will be a bigger problem that we're going to create ourselves. That's why I kept asking the $53 million. And I how much of the project from my region is in that $53 million that was sent over for that NTIA to stop. Maybe your two projects may be in there if we're informed of it. So what could those speaker? So nonetheless, I mean, we really need to resolve this particular issue, and I hope you acknowledge my request through the memorandum that I sent to you regarding FirstNet last night. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kim. Yeah, we're looking into that information. With that, I did state that I'd go back to the sponsor. So at this time, Honorable Brown, floor is yours. I think some of your colleagues had some questions.
Yeah, thank you to my team who's listening, also standing by to answer some of these questions. The first question to Shanella, Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, you did ask, did Navajo Nation apply? I can't speak for the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. They are not on the line with us right now, so they are the agency that accepts the applications. The only organization that I know that applied, that put in the work, was Telecommu Chapter and NTUA. That's the only thing that I'm aware of. So I'm not sure what organization. So there is a lot of moving parts on broadband on the Navajo Nation. So really, it's up to our chapter leadership, and also for us, it is. This is possible for us because of collaboration with University of Utah, with the School of Engineer. We're working closely with the engineers there and the School of Architect with Ms. Shandana. So it is our chapter president, like I stated, did sign this grant, Mr. Dalton Singer. So it is, we applied to this grant funding source. So again, my colleagues, there are a lot of federal grants out there, and as certified chapters, we have the ability. We don't have the manpower, and this is why my chapter has been extraordinarily creative in working with University of Utah. So that's how this is possible. So Delegate Kialan-Begay did mention, how is the operation and maintenance going to be taken care of? You made a lot of other statements that did not pertain to this specific legislation. Again, my colleagues, this specific legislation 0098-22 is to accept the funds. So this has nothing to do with the American Rescue Plan broadband. This has nothing to do with what NTUA applied for Navajo Nation. This is simply for the Kayenta chapter. We applied, and working with Mr. Gabriel Montoya, also Adam, I don't know how to say his last name, Reisler. Our team has been working with them. So we applied, we got accepted with the body of our grant application. That's what they like. And also the past few weeks, NTAI has been literally meeting with my team about 3 times, 4 or 5 times in a day to iron some of these. So we have been in communications with NTUA and Land Department. So I have been messaging Land Department as well. So Land Department, Mike Colonna, I've been communicating with him. So again, Sanant, this is to accept the funds. So this is not working against any type of Navajo Nation broadband. So this is just accepting more funds. So peso is kind of like the water settlement. It's out federal funding coming in, and we're accepting that and then adding that amendment. So this is the same case as our chapter applied for it, and then we got accepted. And so the other questions that Delegate Begay asked about the 53 million. So I'm not sure it was that. I'm not sure if that was connected to NTA, National Telecommunications Information Administration grants. So we're just talking about this grant. It's just simply accepting the money. So that's how this legislation is worded. So and I know that Ms. Shandana wanted to respond also. So Shandana, Speaker, if you can please allow Shandana to respond to some of these questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. This is Shandana Yusuf again. I just want to make sure that I respond to the 3 questions that pertain to us. One is that we did not go into competition with Navajo Nation applying for a grant. This is, and nor did we go in competition with NTUA, because we are actually covering 2 areas in Kayenta chapter, that in rural Kayenta, that are very, very remote and not profitable enough for NTUA to want to do, to cover this region. So we are covering the region that a corporation or a large for-profit company does not want to do. Secondly, regarding the lease of land for the towers, we are working with the land department. Our team is already working with them, as well as the chapter representatives. Number 3, who will control whether it be cellular one? We are actually in our grant, one of the work that is very, very important to our team, as well as Delegate Nathaniel Brown and the chapter staff, is that we want to build the capacity of the chapters to actually become sovereign and do a lot. And there's a devolution of powers so that they can actually lower the burden on Window Rock by taking responsibility and writing grants and bringing in money on their own. So what we are doing with this grant is that we have money in the grant where we'll be training the people so that the ISPO remains in the chapter, in the control of the chapter. No this corporation, no that corporation. It will be our chapters in our control, so that we can provide the communities that are actually quite remote with at cost resources, not for profit, but at cost. So this is a very different model than what is the rest of the chapters in Navajo Nation are facing with. Thank you so much.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
I guess, Madam Chair, I can put you back in the queue.
Actually, Speaker, it's not relating to this legislation. It's regarding the water, the break.
They're temporarily turned on the water, Madam Chair.
Okay, Speaker, because we did get an email from the facility maintenance, and it does just state that OPVP Natural Resources that the water is going to be affected from 11 to 5 p.m. And I just want to ask, is that also going to be affecting council chambers as well, Speaker?
We're getting that update as we speak, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, moving back to Honorable Brown. Does that conclude your response?
Okay, I'm muted. Yes, Speaker, that concludes our response.
Great. That moving on back down, Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay, I have you in the queue. Honorable Keon Begay going twice. Keon Begay going 3 times. That, any other comments, questions, colleagues, on legislation 0098-22? It seems like we'll have the same discussion on the next legislation, it's just 2 different chapters. Going twice. Going 3 times, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Speaker, I just called back in. My phone, my call dropped. I wanted to ask one question, but I'll probably wait on the other one. But I'll vote green on the legislation.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote please, yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you had 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
That 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries on legislation. This one over here. On legislation 0098-22. That, colleagues, moving on down. Item number C, legislation 0099-22. Sponsored by Honorable Elmer Brigade, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read it to the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Nabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0099-22, in action relating to the Nabik'íyáti Committee supporting the Telecom Chapter District 7 Chapters application to the National Telecommunications and Information Administration for Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program funding, authorizing the Telecom Chapter and all District 7 chapters to access and build the infrastructure necessary to implement the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program funding. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Elmer P. Begay and co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. There are no committee reports, as Nabik'íyáti is the first and only committee to review this. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, are there any comments, questions on legislation 0099-22? That, we do have questions, so with that, let me go over to Honorable Elmer Brigay. Honorable Elmer Brigay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Speaker, I don't know the members of the Nabik'íyáti Committee. First of all, I would like to thank Eduardo Atoso for signing as a co-signer for us. I know that, like I said, how we operate when we're not there, and we ask each other to co-sponsor that so we can get the legislation in place to go. I don't know that I want to say a little about this. It's the same legislation that we have, but we all know that it's very hard to find somebody that knows more about broadband. They attend the thousands within the Navajo Nation, so we have to think outside to get some consultants to apply for these kind of grants. So it's a hard application, long process that they have to do. So with this National Telecommunication Information Administration, it's Article EIA. It's out there now. It's on the third and final stage of it. The first stage, second stage, and there was other questions that we responded to. It's not easy. What we have is we have a consultant. They did apply for a grant to make assessment and feasibility studies with my 5 chapters that we have, which includes Dakon, Tiso, and the Wells White Cone Griswood, for unserved and underserved community, meaning that so that means that once we go behind the butte, so these are all studies that were made. So nobody would ever come and do that for us. So the community. So what my chapter did is they actually went to those places, those people. They met with those people. They want that. So we have a new hospital that will be coming in place by saying that 911 around the telehealth. But with her Swisani, so they can call a family member. So we have kids go to school in this border town. There's someone in Holbrook. They've been on Chromebook for the computer. They have a hard time doing that. You see, in I think it's the third and final stage. They told us that we need to have a support from the Navajo Nation. Who is that going to be? Then we went into talk about it with Naabik'íyáti, which is the final authority they have. I know you guys came in with a good faith effort to help the people. You see, so I'll get I think my agent Margie Borton, Shadden Zone, the chapter manager in Leco, working with other consultants. So you have Aquila 3. They know the consultant though. They've been helping us. So I'll give my time to Margie Borton. On the line.
Good afternoon, and thank you to Sahun Agikwa. She my discussion, Kachini Bashin, the son does a chedo, what a gene national, Ado Shadechi Quack, a chapter manager, Ishan on the session. The day, Nanishigin Day 2019 at a hot e. A co ita surveys a daily, a co the one the Kahana Hela Abijin Dasti no. John the broadband I see that then a co and he does all that information we drafted a a application to BIA for assistance in determining what kind of design build project we need. So Ilya 2020 that design built project report for Ilya. There's over 2,500 households that would get assistance with the broadband services. We didn't keep all this information to ourselves. We shared it with the president's office. Telecommunication NTUAW cyber team media. Up in days initial. Grant the keep let's try it. No, so AAA had that delia. I see Nantla. Like the first round, the second round, we passed that. We're in our third and final review. We need an approving legislation from Nabi. The second one, there seems to be some overlapping with NTUA. During that AA, we had a meeting. Believe it was early part of this week. I'm kind of off a little bit, but we did have a meeting with the NTIA grant administrator, NTUA, and us. NTUA, they're mainly focused in the sort of like town area, like the chapter area, the NHA area, not going beyond the rural area. They're not serving that area. So our project and their project were not overlapping. We were doing a different type of project in there where they call it a backhaul, because we were unable to get approval from NTUA to use their towers, to co-locate under towers. That's not a proprietary equipment. As long as the federal government paid for those equipment, you have to allow Telecommu chapter to access them. But don't need a call. Co-location then auto access to fiber a backhaul plans don't need. All of this we have to have back into their office by Monday. So we've been really working diligently to get this project going. We would like to do some more for other chapters as well. You'd like to share with other chapters. So as long as the council is in agreement with this plan, and that we will be able to get this funding, it would be great to go on and help the other chapters. Thank you.
Honorable Brown, does that conclude your presentation? Oh, actually, Honorable Brigade. Sorry, getting both of them mixed up. Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Thank you, Speaker. Those Navajo committee, special although my brother, a lot of process, a lot of paperwork, and then a lot of studies that you have to do. These co-locations, it's a lot. You have to request for it. And we found out a lot of things that we don't know that there was an entail into this co-location based upon the height lead. And we had to go through procedures. So those are Speaker. That's the end of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Before I go to the floor, can I get a motion on the floor? A motion on 0099-22.
Yeah, motion, Delegate Daniel So.
By Kiamge, second by Honorable Chairman Daniel. So that, Jay, Honorable Kiamge, floor is yours. Oh.
Brother, legislation in so well, first of all, let me clarify. Although that my other colleague says it doesn't pertain to the legislation, I believe 100% of it pertains to the policy that we have within the Navajo Nation. But I just want to express my thank you to the chapter officials. This is another reason why we try to say that let a lot of these projects be handled by the chapters. Let the chapters do a lot of these legwork. That's what I'm trying to make a point. But I appreciate the chapter stepping up to say that enough, we can't wait for the Navajo Nation government to get these services out here, which I appreciate you. Officials, administrators, so I'm now thinking, well, might as well just go that route now. Let me get help to apply for these grants. So it out in the Navajo Nation. Identified thoughts. Yes, and Siliki Banto, Nestor HP, Hatnigo, it's not getting anywhere. So when Nago Hashas on the chapters, the key over they can be more successful on Sinister. So whoever's out there listening, help me with Milo Mountain chapter. Help me with the chapters that I represent. If you're willing to help me with filing for a grant, please let me know. So it would up a nice kind of Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Moving on down. Honorable Brown, floor is yours. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Speaker, that will be Delegate Elmer Begay. Yeah.
No. We got you in the queue.
Oh, Speaker, I was just trying to motion or second.
Oh,
I don't have
okay.
any questions.
Right. Yeah. All right. That, I'm go back to any other further comments, colleagues, on legislation 0099-22. If there's none, I think that was just a comment from Honorable Kiambe.
Speaker, I got a question. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that what Delegate Kealan Begay stated is actually a question that I would like to know, because I think we get varying answers based on who is asking in terms of the question regarding grants. The legislation that was being sponsored by Delegate Nathaniel Brown, on the application and on the legislation itself, it does state that that because Kayenta and I'm believing that Delcon is also certified as well, that because they're certified, they can enter into these types of grants. And I'm looking for the exact language so that I can read it specifically into the record, speaker. But I think it does bring into question how, I guess in terms of grants, can a chapter apply for grants? Number one. Number two is here in this case, when it's talking about different projects, specifically broadband, can grants be applied for as a whole, maybe not from the chapter, but also from nonprofits? And I ask this question because I know that our farmers, because they don't get very much help from the Navajo Nation, a lot of farmers are, banding together and they're applying for grants. And it's really just, sad to hear that, oftentimes our divisions and departments are, not providing the services that they should. And when we as council, when we start asking those questions, we get chastised for it. And so I think it would be great, speaker, if we can get some information on grants, especially since we do have a lot of chapters that are listening in, on whether, chapters can apply for grants. And then, again, looking at the legislation where it does state that Kayenta is a certified chapter, does it matter if the chapter is certified or non-certified in applying for grants? And then my last question is, with grants, when a chapter is allowed to apply for grants, is that grant money, does it become the responsibility of the Navajo Nation, since the chapter, is coming to the Navajo Nation asking to be the delegated authority? Okay, so I'm looking specifically at Delegate Nathaniel Brown's legislation. I'm guessing that the same language is within Delegate Begay's legislation as well. I haven't pulled up Delegate Begay's legislation. My internet, for some reason, is super slow, or it's just not letting me open up that PDF, but it did let me open up Delegate Nathaniel Brown's legislation. But I'm using this just as an example. On that legislation, it says the Kayenta chapter of the Navajo Nation was officially certified as a local governments act LGA certified chapter in August 2010. As an LGA certified chapter, 26 NNC section 101 to section 103, the Kayenta chapter has the delegated authority to enter into intergovernmental agreements with federal, state, tribal entities and or their agencies, subject to the approval of the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. And so, you looking at that language and also what Delegate Kealan Begay stated, it sounds like, if our chapters need help with certain things, and that's why I need more information on grants, speaker, specifically chapters applying for grants. Is it only LGA certified chapters that can apply for grants and enter into these intergovernmental agreements with the blessing of Naabik'íyáti, or is it open to all 110 chapters? And again, speaker, this kind of relates to both legislations, both the legislation presented right now in front of us by Delegate Elmer Begay, and then also the last legislation that was voted on, that was sponsored by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. I think that, if that is an option for chapters, I think maybe we should make that known, especially in terms of, COVID and how, there were some chapters that did receive help, some chapters that didn't receive help. There were some chapters that gave help and some chapters that didn't give help. And so I think that is really important, that we kind of get information about grants and how, whether chapters can apply for those grants. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Speaker, I think most of the comment that and then question was given by Shinada Charles Newton was mostly regarding that how we can, as a chapter, that then as a certified chapter, are we able to apply for grants. So I think this is one of the reasons why, as a certified chapters and then as a chapters doing applying for grants, I think it has to go through the Naabik'íyáti, and that's our intergovernmental relation committee that we have. So that's where we're at today here. I think if we need to go further than that, we can change some rules and regulations and then legislation to have certified chapters be able to apply for their own grants. So then we don't have to go through that. What we're doing today, so this is something that never really been happened. So we've been questioning this, how we could move forward as a certified chapters. So how my brother T. Ellen brought it up. So we cannot wait. There's these things are available out there. And then how my brother Nate Brown said there's a lot of grants that are available, especially with broadband. But there's some that have a requirement of matching funds, and then within this Navajo Nation government, we don't even have set aside any funding for matching for broadband. So I think we need to explore more about what we can do. So Speaker, that'll be my response. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Have anybody? I have no one else in the queue. Going twice. Only 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kialan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kialan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay
votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. For the record, Honorable Kialan Begay votes green as well. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati is excused. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Helona did not vote.
Green.
Excuse me, Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez also votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart. Honorable Wilson Stewart did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green. Delegate
Honorable
Daniel
Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, that is still here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Thomas Walker and Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Oh, excuse me, Honorable Edmund Yazi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart. Honorable Wilson Stewart did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16. Excuse me, Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green via text. That changes the vote to 17 delegates in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting. Otto So also votes green via text. Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote count to 18 delegates in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 8 to 10 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, we're moving on down on our legislation, or actually on our agenda, to the next legislation. Item number D, legislation 0087-22. Sponsors by Madam Chair Crotty, co-sponsors by Madam Chair Charles Newman, co-sponsors by Honorable Slater. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Yes, you have a sponsor.
Yeah, Madam Chair Emma Crotty. And Madam Chair Crotty?
Speaker, I'm on the line.
She's back on the line. She's back on the line.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0087-22, in action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,070,298,867 of Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds for regional and chapter projects, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Regional and Chapter Project Expenditure Plan. This legislation is sponsored by Madam Chair, Honorable Madam Chair Amber Knazba-Crotty, and co-sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. There is no committee report attached to this legislation, as Naabik'íyáti is the first committee. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0087-22, motion by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Second, Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, any comments, questions? This legislation goes on to council. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on legislation 0087-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Knazba-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Lona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not vote. Excuse me, Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker votes green via text. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 13 delegates who voted in favor, 4 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting. Honorable Otto So votes green via text.
That, colleagues, with that, close on out on legislation 0087-22, 14 in favor, 4 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries on legislation 0087-22. That legislation is destined for council. That, colleagues, moving on down. Legislation 0043-22, which is item number E on our agenda. Sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Mr. Rico, if you could send that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0043-22. An act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $437,947 out of the Citizen Fund to purchase a new motor grader for Sawmill Chapter and to purchase a new backhoe for Red Lake Chapter, approving related expenditure plans pursuant to 12 NC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. There is a committee report from the Resource Development Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. There's a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That colleagues on legislation 0043-22. Is there a motion?
Delegate Rick Nez, motion.
Chairman Rick Nez motions. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. Any questions or comments on legislation 0043-22? This legislation is going on to council.
This is
Going
Delegate
twice.
Newton. I have a question.
Okay, with that, there's a question. Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Fellow Speaker, Chairman, for Naabik'íyáti, Aaron, the colleagues, it's not argued through the Navajo Nation mainstream. This legislation is for two chapters, Sawmill and Red Lake. Last year, when the funding was coming through for the heavy equipment, through all the paperwork and everything that was going on, this was simply overlooked by the chapters and myself at the time. Therefore, the chapters wanted to resubmit these two, but the concern of the community members to push forward with the backhoe for Red Lake community, who's in dire need of a backhoe for their farm plots and also for their community use. The other one for the grader is for the use of the sawmill community for the roads during the winter times, and NDOT, ADOT, BIA can't get to those roads in a timely manner due to other obligations on the main streets and highways of the Navajo Nation. These roads then would be covered by this grader, then would be used by the certified official or the certified employee of the chapters to operate these equipments, just as has been stated before by DCD, with a manual policies and procedures that has been passed by the chapters at each of the chapters for their communities to be aware of. Therefore, we are requesting that these two equipment be approved with council's approval from Naabik'íyáti and the full council to purchase these. The estimates may have changed. However, that was not at the fault of the chapter or Navajo Nation, that's fault of the supply and demand. And so quotes would be coming in again when this goes through. Those are my comments now. And I do get asked by the chapters at the time for these equipment, what's the status on them? I have informed my community members that I represent to submit their comments, their strong comments to say that they wish the council to support these. The council then knows what is being asked of them for approval. Right now, as the last time, the chapter resolutions have gone through for support of these equipments to be purchased. Right now, I don't know if any of the officials are on. As of this morning, I didn't see any of them I didn't contact any of them, this morning. So Speaker, that's my presentation for these two equipments for the two chapters, Red Lake and Sawmill.
Thank you. Any officials on? If there are none, let me go to the floor. Honorable Stewart. This time I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm trying to pull up the original legislation that we debated last year. I do recall that during that time when we did debate this legislation, that all of the chapters were informed of what was going on, and all of the chapters were asked to submit bids. So I guess I'm a little bit confused in terms of the statement made that it was overlooked. I just need some clarification as to why these, the motor grader, and then I believe that you have another request down below asking for some more funds. Why this and other equipments were not included during the time that we debated, number one. Number two is for each of the chapter listing, and Speaker, I do need your assistance on this. I'm trying to find the original citizen. I know that there were several amendments that were made during that time. So I'm trying to find the final version that was signed into law by President Nez in the breakdown of what each chapter received in terms of their equipment, Speaker. And I'm asking this question because, Speaker, I remember during the debate, and I had to go back and I had to look at my notes. I do recall, and in my notes, I do have that one delegate raised the question of, we purchased these equipment, but then we run the risk of manpower, and we also run the risk of, ensuring that the people who are operating the equipment have a CDL. And I have been hearing from Navajo people who have said that the chapter equipment is just sitting there at their chapter because they don't have anybody to operate these machines. And so, we now are starting to see that, these equipment that was purchased by council is now just sitting in a lot of the yards. I just had a meeting today with, I want to say about 9 farmers. And I know that they have been requesting assistance through our chapter, and they have not been receiving any assistance. And I did inform them that council did make that large purchase of chapter equipment. And many of the farmers are stating that, that they're not getting the assistance that they need. And as our chair, Rick Nez, stated, that, Delegate Crotty, myself, and him, we did attend that food summit that was sponsored there at San Juan College. I wasn't able to attend all, throughout the whole conference, but I was there on both days. And we heard from the farmers. We heard what their issues are. We heard what their concerns are. They also came up with solutions to what the problems are. And so many of them, have been talking about the roads, getting cleared out. Many of them have been talking about the equipment being used for their farms. Many of them are talking about, how in some cases it's very difficult for them to, because they're on fixed income, some of them can't afford to pay the rental fee that the chapters are asking. And I know that for my chapter, for Shiprock chapter, it was never discussed what the rental fee should be. It was a determination made by the elected officials during COVID. And so, now we're having a lot of farmers coming out saying, that they can't afford to rent the equipment. We also, people have also been reaching out in terms of burial service, which is what was argued that time when we did discuss this legislation for Sihisin. Burial and roads, I know, were the top 2 arguments that were made as to why this funding should be allocated to purchase the equipment. But again, we run into the problem of not having the manpower and not having the proper license in place, and then also the funding in place from our chapters. So in terms of that concern, and then what was argued that time during Sihisin, With this funding request that's being presented to us today here in terms of the new grader for Sawmill being purchased, as well as the backhoe for Red Lake chapter, I guess I'm just a little bit concerned as to what the outcome is for each of the chapters receiving the equipment that they requested at that time. And then also in terms of the citizen funds, you know, how much funding do we have left out of citizen if this were to be approved? And then the last one is because of the cost of inflation, you know, I guess it's a little bit, for me, it's a little bit hard to vote green on this. I understand that it is going to be helping people, but the chapters were informed. The chapters were sent information. I don't see how it is fair for other chapters who weren't, you know, who did rush to get in their information and maybe forgot a few of the equipment. So, you know, in terms of this legislation, you know, should we open it back up for all of our chapters, asking them, you know, if they needed other equipment, or are we just going to keep it to these two chapters and give them the equipment that they need? And the reason why I'm asking that is because here in Northern Agency, you know, many of our farmers are in need of chapter equipment, and or they're in need of equipment to help, you know, to get their farms up and going again. And so I just want to know if we can open it back up to other chapters to submit equipment to make it fair, you know, to everyone, that we're reopening this, you know, this can of worms, and we should be allowing our other chapters to submit equipment requests that they may have forgotten that, or they may have overlooked, or as a result of COVID, you know, they're now realizing they should have included in the citizen list. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions? I don't have anybody in the queue right now.
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Chairman of the Navajo Committee, Otto Stutzilla, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., and Navajo Committee members. With the recent heavy windstorms, a lot of the roads that are graded below the soil, the surrounding land, have been wind drifted with sand. And last week I got a call from a constituent that basically said, hey, my mother, we can't get to her place because the roads are sand drifted. And the call to NDOT, basically the response was all our equipment is in the Northern Agency addressing the the sand drifted roads. And so we can't do this. So there was an effort to coordinate with one of the chapters to borrow an adjacent, well, it was within one chapter's boundaries, to have NDOT borrow the front end loader so that they could remove the sand drifts. The reason it was urgent was because the elderly in that sub-community, two using walkers and one with a wheelchair. And this family was trying to get food to them, but got stuck and didn't get there. Come to find out,
the chapter hadn't even procured the necessary insurance coverage. And my concern is the Division of Community Development in requiring these policies to be adopted. There is no collaboration with risk management to make sure that every piece of equipment that was delivered through the previous council legislation are covered. There's a tribal asset sitting in a chapter warehouse that is not covered. It's like, okay, when the person buys a new vehicle or a used vehicle, before they even drive it off the lot, there has to be insurance coverage. And I'm really appalled the Division of Community Development through their agency service centers hadn't required the chapters to acquire the necessary insurance coverage. And certainly that would have been part of the policies that were required. And so there certainly is a lack of administrative oversight. And I'm again appalled, supervisors, that the division director does not and may not have reviewed all those aspects. And so in this case, the chapter does not have a CSC. So in this case, the ASC supervises the chapter, both budgetary and administrative. And that function is severely lacking. And I hope they're on the line to listen to this, because it is, that's reason for a Division of Community Development and all the related programs within that department division that need, I guess, an audit. A $200,000, $300,000 piece of machine not covered with insurance. That's certainly a reason for some sanctions. And to Wilson Stewart, I'm sorry to use your legislation as a way to bring this issue to the forefront in front of this committee. But it is time the Division of Community Development do their full duty, make sure that chapter equipment are insured. They are a fixed asset of the Navajo Nation. And certainly it's, again, one part of an administrative function. And I think the Oversight Committee really needs to relook at what is happening within the Division of Community Development. Thank you, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. I appreciate the time, and I will vote in favor of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We go back to the sponsor, Honorable Stewart, for response.
Agushi, so the Speaker, Chairman of Naabik'íyáti, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, on the heavy equipment and the oversight. So it a chapters on Linigi, Hashin Saba, I thought them and not Hashin Saba, but that's Aron the Kudogi, a Samuel chapters. There was a change in the administration. His CSC, Yan, a Ajas at the Hanas, Teen Late, a Ajakon, chapter official, secretary treasurer, odd, Intabadis, Tila. There was a gap in there. Ashinal so Sigi Aida has G Liana a chilip in the Yanda a 1 ton on the chapter officials, though chapter community ya that summer, though that spring, ya don't I don't chit in Daisni. They bought a 1 truck of 80 ya. There was talks between myself, Auto Dr. Yellerman, and the chapter. We'll give it to another chapter that's in need of it. Need that. That would go back towards the heavy equipment. We would still be short on that. And his genius. Not all the equipment has been purchased from that legislation. That legislation, there was a requirement in there that all the chapters finally produce and submit a plan of operation for heavy equipment and for their chapter vehicles. And the chapter house, some of them, they're not tagged. So they don't have a seal, tribal seal. When you go back to navigation policies and procedures, it states in there that every equipment should have a seal on it to say that it's for official business. But they do not. From the council, I'm not going to argue that. There's no way to argue that because I see it. I see it and I know of it as well. It goes back down to the chapter's responsibility for their equipment. Every day they're using that equipment. They need to be accountable for that equipment. As council to talk about what we see out there and to help improve those areas with our divisions and our directors. There's 4 committees in there. None of us are limited to those committees. We can go listen in other meetings. He listens in on RDC. He puts his input into RDC meetings. Eugene so it falls back upon all of us across the board. It falls across all of us to take that responsibility to know all of these policies from executive, legislative, and judicial. And to see what kind of policies are going to be pushed forward for our communities to improve those services, whether it could be with heavy equipment, staffing, personnel, those agency calls, not copy. Donna put out a Yandas aid from for Defiance Agency. For about 2 hours. What their plans are going to be, what they're doing in each of these chapters. Some chapters, equipment and that's where we need to come back in and see what is happening, see what is going on. Insurance, that's it. Insurance, that's it. What is our insurance policy? How shall expire? What are we going to do as legislators to get a better insurance coverage? and sponsor. So hey, yeah, you pay insurance, but if you have a good record, so hey, yeah, it comes down over time, over the years, it comes down. As a Navajo Nation, where do we stand on those policies? So we need to look into those areas. So I don't dispute or argue with what comments were made. I support them. But this is a chapter that's been asking for these equipments ever since I came in. Oh, Red Lake has been asking for a backhoe. And there's only one staff member there. So shut up at the snow, Kathy Shirley. She's the only one there. There's no AMS there. And then the officials. It's very rare that the officials will come in and give her assistance as needed. So, and then with Samuel, there was that vacancy. So for that time being, but Jabago done that they filled it. And then the ASC from Window was overseeing the chapters. So in that area, so she's overseeing 4 chapters under for Defiance Agency because there's no staff in there. But we need to look at those areas as well. How are we going to employ and keep our employees at the chapter level for these 2 positions, the ASC and the chapter manager or chapter coordinator? So those are the areas that I can overall cover, hopefully, your questions and say, again, just to plead with you again, to support these 2 chapters and getting their equipment that they're asking for. Chapter resolution, and that's what's added, that's what's needed and from our legislations that we do. But everything else can be given back to us as the oversight. So to say this is what we recommend RDC needs to meet on with the division. So those are the ways I can answer. Chatilla Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. With that, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
If there's there any further comments or questions, colleagues? Chairman Henio? Go ahead, floor is yours.
Hi, Ken. Thank you for that. Speaker Damon, Chair of Naabik'íyáti. So that's report now in the committee. Just I want to request, Speaker, maybe to your staff, Chief of Staff, or one of the staff assistants, is to gather this information that we've been mentioning so far regarding the heavy equipment that were purchased with students and some money of maybe like a high level over snapshot of each of the chapters, how many heavy equipment they received, and at the same time, how many of those equipment are just sitting idle. One maybe without no certified operator, and the other one to get issues pertaining to the lack of insurance. Because I mean, I've been hearing stories like this where they're just sitting idle and not being put to use because of these 2 issues, and maybe there might be other issues too, like lack of funds for O&M, because they're expensive to operate and maintain. And now with diesel being so expensive, like getting closer to $6 a gallon, how that will impact the operations of these heavy equipment too, also. And so maybe that'd be my request to the Speaker, Chair, to have staff gather this information, maybe working with Division Community Development to inform Naabik'íyáti Committee of what the status is of the equipment that were just that were purchased, but now either just being idled, sitting there idle, or being actually put to use. So I request a shot of that. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I understand what you're stating. This is what we're gonna do is specifically on a request. I hear it everybody, even from my own chapter officials, on the progress of not only from insurance to operating. What we'll do is we can reach out and specifically have a work session on this, because this is across the board, just not in certain areas. And then also with insurance too as well. And the coverage that we coming into next fiscal year too as well. So we'll work on that to get that done, Chairman, and rest assured that that's something that's on the topic. That's on the top of one of the top issues as well, especially these this equipment is just sitting there not being utilized right now. So again, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Speaker, can we also add to that what Chair Hanyo shared with council in terms of what we need to learn? What I would like to know, Speaker, is whether the chapters have also put in for their policies and their procedures. I know that talking to San Juan chapter yesterday, 2 days ago at the Food Summit, they did state that when they received their chapter equipment, that they did submit their policies and procedures regarding the chapter equipment. And so I think we should also be asking whether the 110 chapters have submitted their policies and procedures in terms of the equipment. I did at one time ask my chapter if the equipment operators, did have their CDL, and I never got a response back. And this was after an accident that happened at our chapter house, where I believe it was a forklift that tipped over. And I was informed through, I believe it was NOSHA, who actually sent me an email, because I was never included in on that email. So I asked, is that a requirement for the employees to have a CDL in operating these equipment? I know that with forklift, they have to go through training in order to operate a forklift. I know because I used to operate a forklift at one time when I was a welder. But, I think those are questions that we should be asking. And that should be part of the policies and the procedures. And so if the Navajo Nation Council has given funds, and I just want to make it clear and on the record that, looking back at my notes, reading through it, getting prepared for this particular legislation in terms of the questions that I wanted to ask, I know that there was a lot of delegates at that time, who spoke passionately, about assisting their people, whether it was with roads or, burial services, because we were at that time, seeing a lot of our, people being taken from COVID, and there was a lot of people coming to the chapters asking for backhoes, and that's really, where we ran into a lot of the issues. But there was also requests made from chapters, for trucks, requests made from chapters for forklifts. There were all of these. I kind of feel like we opened it up for kind of a Christmas list, if you may. And so what I'm concerned about now is, there's so many people reaching out right now, asking why a lot of these equipments are just sitting there. And I'm wondering if the policies and procedures are just not being drafted. And I know that the policies and the procedures are not being shared on the chapter websites. And I think we had this discussion at one time with the director, Pearl Yellowman, and we asked her, how are you guys sharing information? And I believe, Speaker, if your staff can assist me, in 2019, I believe there was a directive made to DCD to start sharing information with the public and to update the chapter websites, which is where people go to get information. And I've been looking at the chapter websites for several chapters, specifically my chapter, and I know that there's no information that is being shared. And it's a little bit scary when we at 24th Navajo Nation Council, we have been trying to make sure that the chapters are sharing information with the people in terms of budget, money being spent, and none of that is posted right now on their website. For many of the chapters, there are some chapters that are pretty good that have been posting information. Some chapters that have gone above and beyond, to help assist the Navajo people. But many of our Navajo chapters, I would say even more than half of our Navajo chapters are not sharing information about what is happening within the chapter. And I have been questioning, Speaker, since we, the elected officials, we, the council delegates, we, including President Nez, we closed the chapter house. We said, we're going to close it, and then we reopened it for a limited amount, and then we closed it, and then we reopened it for a limited amount. But our people, that's where they go for their information. And, if the chapters are not posting information, how are the people supposed to know? With the 9 farmers that I met today was the first day that 7 of them stated that they never knew that the chapters received heavy equipment. And I will say that 3 of those farmers were from Delegate Pradi's area. 1 was from Delegate Rick Naz's area. And so, hearing our farmers say that, it just, goes to show that our chapters are not sharing information. And it goes back to that 2019, I'm almost sure it was a directive that was sent to Pearl Yellowman, to have her update or send out information to the chapters, directing them to update information on their website to keep people informed about what is going on within their chapters. And so, Speaker, I think the policies and the procedures regarding the equipment, it does need to be shared with the people, not just the price of, what it's going to cost them to rent the equipment, but what the policies and the procedures are. And I know that a lot of these policies and procedures that are that come out of the chapters are never shared. And so it's always a question of, who then, is responsible for making sure that our people are understanding what is going on. And I think that, again, Speaker, that policy and procedure is the first step in ensuring that these equipment are being used for the people, and also, what the standards are and what the requirements are. And then most importantly, what that fee is that people will have to pay to use some of this equipment. Thank you, Speaker.
Further getting the information, I think that we need more of the technical staff to get that, to get those answers. But in reference back to some of that, that's where we can clarify at a furthering when we do have this specific. It seems like it's more now of a work session, not a committee work session. If there's more and more issues that are underlining under this. So that's being duly noted at this time and getting that information. So thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there any other further questions back to the sponsor on the legislation at this time, though, before I turn it back to Honorable Wilson Stewart? Honorable Stewart.
Okay, Chairman, Speaker, Silla. Thank you. Auto comments. Chairman Hinio, Auto, Chairwoman Charles Newton, for the recommendations in the work session. So as a Resource Development Committee member, to get the feedback from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Stewart, if there's any other comments, colleagues? Again, this legislation is destined for council. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board. On legislation 0043-22.
Honorable again, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Ellen votes green.
Ellen Begay, do you vote?
Speaker, you can barely hear anything.
Try now.
Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Nathaniel Brown votes. Honorable
Speaker, I can't hear anything on this end. I don't know if I was already called for the vote.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. How do you vote? Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty, how do you vote?
Senate, this is Delegate Amber Knazbot-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes green. Honorable Damon Chair is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
How do you vote? Honorable Purnell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Purnell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater via text votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So did not vote.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Eugene So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is so yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker did not vote.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie is excused. Honorable Wilson Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Wilson Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green through via text. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Chair, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
That 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, moving on down to legislation 0049-22, which is sponsor, or actually it's item number F on our agenda. Sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0049-22, an act relating to the Resource Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $500,000 from the Citizen Fund for the assessment, removal, and cleanup of old residential units in the community of Navajo, New Mexico, approving the related expenditure plan in accordance with 12 NNC Section 2505A. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that the legislation be tabled without amendment. There was a directive at the Budget and Finance Committee to the FRF office and the Office of the Speaker to assist the committee on whether this proposal is ARPA eligible and to assist with development of an expenditure plan. Also to verify with the Department of Justice whether this was vetted for ARPA eligibility. That motion was made by Madam Chair Amber Knazba-Crotty, second by Honorable Elmer P. Begay with a vote of four in favor, 0 opposed. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, this legislation goes to on to Navajo Nation Council. Is there any comments or questions? Actually, let's get a motion first. On legislation 0049-22, is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Keon Begay. Is there a second?
Thomas Walker, second.
Second by Vice Chair Walker. That, colleagues, is there any comments or questions on the legislation 0049-22?
Speaker, it's not a question really for the sponsor, but my question is, did Mr. Rico state that there was a recommendation to table this legislation?
No, this legislation was tabled at Budget and Finance Committee. But since Budget and Finance Committee is not final authority, this legislation moved on.
So Speaker, just for clarification, the tabling action won't have to be done until it gets to council, is that correct?
The tabling action was already completed at the Budget and Finance Committee.
No, but
Budget and Finance Committee tabled this legislation. And they probably, I don't have the committee report, that they probably tabled the legislation to get more further information. That's what usually happens. Now, at that time, therefore referred to the Naabik'íyáti committee. And now, since it was tabled there, it was referred on to the Naabik'íyáti committee, unless if they ask for further clarification. So since the tabling motion has happened, that authorized it to move here today to the Naabik'íyáti committee to be discussed. Any comments, colleagues? Going twice.
Delegate Crotty with the question.
Okay, with that, let's go, Honorable Stewart. The floor is yours with 20 minutes on the board.
Untitled Chairman, Speaker Damon, out on the colleagues, report Navajo Nation Council, Untitled Chapter legislation, Madam Chair, the question on the table for Budget and Finance Committee, when that went before that committee, if the committee is not final authority, it's up to the sponsor to continue the legislation, or if they wish, they can leave it there at that committee table. Of course, just says being the sponsor of this legislation, within that time frame, it will find out information. Sponsor recommend just to continue it forward. Budget and Finance, Chairman Damon, Budget and Finance was not the final authority. Amber Crotty, table. I done the question. So just as the I don't know that all kind of nastal cash dollars. Naabik'íyáti, kind of Arnold Scott Kodogi, Naabik'íyáti members are not any not, but I will not do let and so. Aaron and Kishi Hashkashi, I thought he questions, don't he comments, she will not roll it. I thought Abin Natural. Kodogi Asian, another Kirstin Garnett, and the conscious Honorable Delegate Chairman Jonathan Hill could also agents and legal for this legislation. Oko kwai eya badinesh asolef. Should select Chairman Damon.
That, is there any presenters or speak at this time? I guess we'll just go to
Select
floor.
Honorable Hill.
Honorable Stewart, do you just want me to go to the floor? And if there's any questions, and then they can help assist.
Oh, we can do that, yes.
All right, with that, I'm gonna turn the floor over to Madam Chair Crotty. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Wilson, Stewart Jr. for the updated information. I apologize. It was not clear. Were you able to get assistant delegate to have this request submitted on behalf of your chapter to our Navajo Nation Department of Justice? And if so, if you could just provide that document. What I think is we're still learning more about what projects were submitted to the DCD portal and which one of those projects were then forwarded to Department of Justice for review. And this being a project that could be a pilot project for many of our communities that have, abandoned buildings or dilapidated homes. We're looking at how this can be developed and support the community's request. So if I could get that information that was requested at Budget and Finance Committee, and we want to make sure that delegates are being supported when they make the request for at least an ARPA eligibility review. Speaker, I'm not sure if the sponsor has that information or if there's someone on the line that can get that updated information. I know that we received documentation from Department of Justice on the requests that have been made. It's not user friendly, and so it's really hard to identify which of these projects have gone through the process. Speaker, if I could get that clarification, thank you.
Members of the Navigating Committee, we could go back to Honorable Stewart as Speaker step away real quick. There's nobody else in the queue.
Question, Daniel, thank you. Aro Kodosh Mayaji, Amber Crotty, Honorable Car Crotty, Kodonandil Kiriyat from the Budget and Finance Committee. Your request to get DOJ's assistance to see if it qualifies or is approved for ARPA. I went back to Speaker's office a few days later. But it went to DOJ, I'm assuming, but I have not heard anything. Aro Corotos, another Ms. Carnes, she sent an email the other day. Aro Apenda, I sent another one again asking for update on it, if anything at all, even to DOJ. And that was this morning. A call. From that time to now, I need to email check your lab. There's no feedback from DOJ to say if they got it or not. So that's where we're at with that, Shemayaja, to answer your question.
Manuel, does speaker need assistance at this time to help run the meeting?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you take over real quick?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
Thank
Thank you, Ahiaha, for that, Delegate Stewart. So with that, I will ask that Delegate Crotty, did Delegate Stewart answer your question?
Oyate, Pro Tem Chair, Madam Charles Newton, thank you. Yes, Delegate Stewart did answer the question, but Madam Chair, I have a follow-up. If there's no other delegates in the queue, and I understand speakers stepped out, but what we would need from the office of the speaker is it's clear that delegates are not being provided the technical support that they need as these requests move through the Department of Justice. We would need then from this conversation and seeing that it was submitted and they're waiting a response, DOJ has 5 days. And I think if we could have a follow-up discussion on how to support our community-based requests that are coming from our chapters and regions and how that's being processed. So that is more of a comment of concern. And if we could have a follow-up discussion. But thank you, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. for attempting to get this project through the process and identifying still nearly a year into the process, there's still challenges. And I have no other further comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for the sponsor? Not hearing anything, Delegate Crotty, does that conclude your follow-up question to the sponsor?
Yes, it does, Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. So with that, Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair Charles, and thank you. And also thank you for taking over the Naabik'íyáti meeting for a short time. Shameja Amber Crotty, we can go ahead and, like you stated, see what we need to do to get the necessary documents, verification in writing to make sure that everything is good to go. I too would like to see if this would be a pilot project for other communities, because either way, we're going to need some type of model to move forward to improve our communities across the nation with blighted homes, blighted infrastructures out there. And so, I'm very supportive of this legislation as well. And just for the community to improve, that one area would be good through Navajo. So I just ask for your support in this as well, and any other recommendations as well, to see what we can be discussed and what can be talked about here at Naabik'íyáti. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for the sponsor? Okay, not hearing anything, I believe that we can go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Before we do, Delegate Stewart, is there anything that you would like to add before we proceed forward to the vote? Delegate Stewart?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Is there anything else that you would like to add before we proceed forward to the vote?
No, Madam Chair, we're good.
Thank you for that. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote since there's no other delegates that have any questions. Staff, can you help us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable T. Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Callen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable T. Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Kanazbak-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanazbak-Crotty votes green. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote? Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Hinu, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Hinu votes green through via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes green through via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker did not vote. Honorable Edison Winica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Eben Yazzie is excused. Honorable Wilson Yellow Hair, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair on that Wilson. Correction. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Wilson Yellow Hair votes green. Going back to the top. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Sorry, excuse, the last vote was Jimmy Yellowhair. vote green. Sorry. Going back to Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell
votes
Halona
green.
did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Altaso, how do you vote? Honorable Altaso did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Thomas,
vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green.
Autoso votes.
Honorable Altaso votes green. With the vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting. Thank you.
Thank you for that, staff. So 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation number 0049-22 does move forward to Navajo Nation Council. We'll go ahead and proceed down to the next item on the agenda, legislation 0052-22, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Staff, can we get that legislation read into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. Tracking number 0052-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $267,184 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance for Animal Rescue Incorporated to conduct the Navajo Nation Spay, Neuter, and Vaccination Blitz 2022 from April to September 2022 in cooperation with the Navajo Nation Animal Control Program. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Mr. Rico, are you still? Mr. Rico? Staff in the chambers, can you all hear me? Staff in the
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Where did you guys lose me? I'm on the Budget and Finance Committee report. The legislation was tabled with one amendment. Amendment number 1 on page 4 at lines 1 to 3. Delete the entirety of paragraph F and replace with the following new paragraph. New paragraph F underscore the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, has provided a budget impact analysis in accordance with 12 NNC section 820M. OMB's memorandum dated April 4, 2022 is attached here to as Exhibit C. 2, attached as a new Exhibit 6, the memorandum from Dominic BL, Executive Director of OMB, dated April 4, 2022. Read number of letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of
Legislative Council are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Motion made by Chair Daniel. So I did hear a second from Delegate Pernell Halona. Is that correct?
That's correct. Second, Halona.
Thank you for that, Delegate Halona. So with that, committee members, are there any questions at this time regarding legislation number 0052-22? Going once? Delegate Henyo, did you have a question?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and go to the sponsor, Delegate Eugene So. You have 20 minutes to present your information at this time. Upon completion, if you can let me know that your presentation is complete, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to committee members to ask questions, and you can have up to 2 agents to help assist you. Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Let you inform you first that I'm traveling through winter. I'm gonna go off pretty soon, but I'm gonna let my agent Glenda. I think she's on the line to introduce her to this legislation to you guys. How it's gonna work. Thank you, Glenda.
Glenda, are you on the line? Glenda? If you are on the line, *6 to unmute yourself. Last and final call for Glenda. Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the sponsor, Delegate Eugene So. Your agent is not on the line at this time.
By the rule of if you don't have your agent, that is on this particular legislation. I think there's a rule. Thank you. That's that question, Madam Chair.
I believe that if you don't have an agent, you can present the legislation as the sponsor, but let me go ahead and get Dana on the line just to verify. Dana, is that correct?
Madam Chair, I'm having a little bit of problem hearing over on this side. Can you just real quickly repeat the question?
Yes, Dana. Delegate Eugene So did ask if he doesn't have his agent on the line, like what can be done. I did say that he can go forward and present the legislation since he is the sponsor, but I just want to verify that is correct because I think he wants something out of your office.
Oh, yes, Madam Chair. Delegate So can present the legislation without agents. That is fine. Thank you.
Excuse me for that, Dana. So with that, Delegate Eugene So, you can present your information without your agent.
Excuse me, this is Glenda Davis. I was just not able to.
Glenda, I believe that Delegate Eugene So has called you as his agent. I'll go ahead and give you the floor at this time.
Very good. Yage, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, good afternoon. This is Glenda Davis. What we have before you is legislation 52-22, and we are requesting your support to have our project funded. We are targeting 4,000 free vaccination, deworming, stays and neuters for Navajo Nation residents on Navajo. And we would like to address the serious 250,000 pet overpopulation that we now have on Navajo. And our proposal is to coordinate and partner with the Animal Control Program as well as the Department of Resource Enforcement. And we would like to gain your support so that we can move forward. We are working with an entity called Altered Tail. They are nationally and regionally known in Arizona. They have capacity and the professionalism to complete high volume spay neuters, and we are requesting for their assistance. We would like to provide 1,000 spay neuters each week for 4 weeks. A month prior to those surgeries, we will be doing vaccinations for community pets, and that's to make sure that they're disease-free, parasite-free, and that they are also microchipped to comply with the legislation or the Animal Ordinance Code, CJY 64-18, and that's to ensure pets have microchips. So this partnership, we would like to move forward. We would like to address the roaming dog problem as well. So that is one of our goals. So we would like to provide the spay neuters, the vaccination, deworming, and microchips, but also to set up for animal surrenders in the community. We do understand we do have a lot of community members that are no longer able to take care of their pets, and there will be a voluntary surrender site. A fourth component of our project is to work with the elderly, and this will be to coordinate with first responders. That would be the CHRs, the health educators, individuals that are one-on-one with the elderly in the communities, as well as the chapters. And they will give us names of the elderly so that we will transport their pets for them to vaccinations and also for the spay neuter. So this coordinated effort, we would like to move forward. We have a team that's ready to go. We would like to be on the ground as soon as possible. A fifth component of this legislation is a massive educational effort. We would like to utilize the radio, the newspaper. We would like to utilize flyers, billboards, as well as one-on-one humane animal communication so that people can become better responsible owners and take care of their pets in a proper way. I think I've addressed our project. We have a very beautiful proposal that has been written. It does research all of the services and areas on and off the reservation that provide the service. And we have a comparative budget as far as the amount of money it costs to spay and neuter a pet. So if we were to have our residents pay for their own spays and neuters, vaccination and deworm of the 4,000 pets, that would cost our people $1.1 million. We are saving our people $68 to provide the service to them. And we realize it is an aggressive project, but that's what we need here on Navajo. We no longer want to have any of our children and elderly mauled by dogs. We no longer want to see the disfigurement of our children, youth, adults, and elderly from dog bites. We no longer want to have the high numbers of livestock damage, the attacks to herds of sheep, to the calves, to the foals that are now here on Navajo this spring. We also would like to address all of the abandonment, the neglect, the dogs living in business establishments. We would like to decrease all of that. And with our aggressive effort, we believe that we're able to do that. I thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Delegate Eugene So, does that conclude your presentation at this time for your legislation? Delegate Eugene So, does that conclude your presentation for your legislation?
Oh, då är det sociala vinnitet verificato asi na catchan details na do it changes essentially that we can help here and there that would really help even like what we done. So I think so verificato said all this also Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene So. So with that, committee members, Delegate Eugene So has concluded his presentation at this time for legislation number 0052-22. We do have in the line Delegate Chair Hanyo. So Chair Hanyo, the floor is yours.
Shikela, Snanda, Pro Tem Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, those and the 24th Nomination Council. Just one question I had was the presenter, Dr. Davis, mentioned that we'll be partnering with an outfit out of Arizona. And so I'm just thinking here that Navajo Housing Authority, they are constantly hosting spay and neuter clinics to reduce their dog population within the subdivisions. So even not in that case, has there been any effort to reach out to Navajo Housing Authority also? Because I believe they also have received some type of funding through the housing grants that they have to really address this issue of dog population, also dog and cats. And so even not that would be a question I have right now, as far as reaching out to Navajo Housing Authority, what type of partnership they would have with the housing authority. Then the second part is right now they'll be setting up at central locations in each community, which would require families to gather their dogs and then take them to a drive to that location, and that'd be like an added expense for them. Right now, gas is at $4.50 a gallon, and some families might not be able to afford making such a trip because of the high gas prices. So my question would be, what kind of incentive would there be also to offer to the families, have the families come up with like, what I'm thinking is like a $10 gas card for a couple gallons of gas or something like that. And the reason why I bring this up is because I remember when they were the anti-smoking campaign was happening across the Navajo Nation, where they were taking in surveys and everything. They were giving out $25 Walmart gift cards to everybody that finished the completed survey. And so I'm just thinking along those lines that maybe we could offer that incentive if it's feasible to do and or it's cost efficient. And so that'd be the second part. Then the third part, is annual rescue. Is that what type of operation is it? Is it for profit? Is it a nonprofit? Is it a business? What they're doing business on the nation, or kind of give me some more information on the background of the animal rescue.
Thank you for that, Chair Hanyo. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or any other comments at this time for the presenter?
Madam Chair, this is Laureline with OLC. May I speak briefly?
Hold on, Laureline. Committee members, delegates, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding the legislation that has been presented to you at this time?
Madam Chair, I have a comment.
We'll go ahead and proceed forward at this time to Delegate Wilson Stewart. You have the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, Aron da Constitutional, Eugene So, Kodo legislation Linigi, present in la nana for vaccinations and also the clinics to be worked on for our four-legged creatures. But my question goes to Ms. Davis as to in the partnerships with the other entities on the tribal in the Navajo Nation, where is the partnership with the vet clinic as far as purchasing the supplies needed from them rather than going out? And then also the other area is how much of an impact is this going? I know it's a business. I support small business, but you know, where is the partnership within the Navajo Nation Vet Clinic already happening and the collaboration with them? That's the first one. The second one is I know that there's a request to the Department of Agriculture for additional funding. So if this funding is approved to you, does that strike out that additional funding from there for that you are requesting for? Because right now we're looking at the budget on that one, and in talks with Mr. Nota, it seems like we're going to be short. So I want to ask that question straight out as well. That strike out the funding that you're requesting from the Department of Ag as well. Those are my two questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Delegate Keelan?
Delegate Keelan Begay, the floor is yours.
Madam Pro Tem, Chair, Kudo, Shahatole. Ado Kudo, staff, Mr. So, legislation in Dani, Sozagi. The only request I like once this funding gets through the scheduling process, usually a lot of these scheduling is done like the bigger communities. A lot of these communities we'll probably call them the rural part of our Navajo Nation. I guess by region, I think there needs to be coordination. Because by region, we can work with our chapter to specify the location. Like for my chapters, again, they also around the community of Chinle. So usually it's just Chinle that go towards Pinion area. There's several chapters. They have to travel so far into Chinle to get these done. These home visits, how much of an effort can that be done? A lot of time there's a missed opportunity of those that are not able to travel there or anything of that nature. Ms. Davis, though, out on the program, appreciate what you plan on doing. We do need to decrease and control the overpopulation of animals. But the only thing is that it seems to me that it just adds on to the problems that we have. Those that live in the NHA or some housing projects that a lot of time that's where neighboring community members so with that, I think we really need to have a better community public notices and scheduling to reach out to even the smaller part of the community chapters. So Edekudo Banainch Kanto Mr. So, and I don't know if there's needs to be any legislation language should be added on to include to say that as a priority, much in the rural part of the communities of the Navajo Nation needs to be addressed and to be part of this particular program. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for the Delegate Calambigay. We do have 3 delegates that have asked questions. However, I know that Laureline Tapaha is
Also on the line.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, did you have a question as well?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Hold on, Delegate Yellowhair. We have 3 delegates that did ask questions and also shared their concerns. But we also had Laureline Tapaha from the Office of Legislative Counsel who also requested to speak. By understanding that there is an amendment that needs to be made. Ms. Laureline Tapaha, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may correct you, my name is pronounced Tapahi, and you are correct that I did send out an amendment. I do not have a sponsor at this time, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tapahi, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry, Mr. Rico, was that you who spoke right before Ms. Tapahi spoke?
That was me.
Oh, no, Madam Chair, that's not me.
Madam Chair, that was me. This is Speaker Damon.
Oh, okay. Hi, Speaker, you're back. You wanna-
No, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to let you know we had an update. Just take they are going to shut down everything, the water and everything at 5 o'clock. So at 5 o'clock, I'm going to respectfully ask for an adjournment.
Okay, Speaker, thank you for that update. Perhaps your staff can start working on a date when we would be having our next NABI, because there's several legislations that still need to be discussed. Speaker, so I can take the chair while you coordinate that with your staff, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go to Jimmy Yellowhair, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. After Delegate Yellowhair, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Delegate Yellowhair, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, good afternoon.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, only 2 dogs. If you have 2 dogs or 3 dogs, it's going to be only 2 dogs available to the family. I was just thinking that the sheep herder up there, some of those sheep herders have 4 dogs. We're talking about a whole gun level up there. These sheep herders have 4 dogs in that Kado, Lechan, Yatahania. Kushi Wata, the best, the kid that Kabikashi, the best kid that. That's my comments on that one, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yellowhair. So with that, we had Chair Henyo, Delegate Wilson Stewart, Delegate Kealan Begay, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair who have spoken. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to the sponsor at this time, Delegate Eugene. So the floor is yours to answer the questions and to address the concerns that have been posed by your colleagues.
Chair, she said, I will give all this today to Glenda. I'll let her take over. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Delegate Chair.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you, Delegate So.
The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much, Pro Tem Charles Newton. Good afternoon. To address Delegate Henyo's question, With the information that we've learned about NHA and the housing grant, that is a fantastic type of funding that NHA can have for their communities. We have not been communicated with by NHA, but we do consider NHA one of the 5 clustered housing areas that have a lot of their animals that are the villains, I guess, to livestock damage, bite cases, and chasing individuals. Aside from NHA, you know, we have the schools, we have employee housing, we have school grounds, and IHS housing. So we consider those 5 areas. Hopefully, they will learn to contain their animals a little better. As far as animal rescue, we are a nonprofit. We've been incorporated since 2014 and gained our 501c3 status in 2014. So we provide animal wellness services. And what that means is we provide vaccinations, deworming for herds, horses, and pets. And we go directly to homes, to the ranches and chapter communities that we partner with. We also have a component within our organization where we would like to develop livestock herds and increase genetic improvement. We also have a pet population segment, and that's where we partner for spay-neuter. We also do PZP injection control for mares, for population control in mares. We do have a youth component in our organization. So that is animal rescue in a nutshell. We try to provide animal humane education and bring that back to the community and try to go ahead and have healthier pets and better pet care. To address Delegate Stewart's question, so as far as a partnership with the vet clinic, when this proposal was asked to be submitted, it initially started as a discussion. I did not know the previous groundwork that was done prior to the Division of Natural Resources, Hope Wilson, asking me to submit a proposal. Apparently in November and December, the Division of Natural Resources gathered together and they were to develop solutions to the roaming dog problem and all the other problems that dogs were causing, the mauling of children, youth, and elderly, and the bite cases, the livestock damage. So the first meeting, I was told, occurred in November. From that meeting, nothing developed as far as from those programs from the Division of Natural Resources. Again, that entity, that group met again in December, and there was still no project that came forward. So how animal rescue became involved is I actually was visiting some of the offices in DNR, and I was sharing some promotional items, little calendars, and introducing animal rescue. And I spoke with Ms. Hope Wilson. At the time, she asked a question directly to me on what I would do to address the pet overpopulation problem, the roaming dog problem. So I let her know. I gave her a very quick summary of my thoughts that are now in paper in a project. So to answer your question, we have not partnered with the vet clinic. I was asked to put a proposal together to address how animal rescue would handle it. And I do understand where the veterinary program is coming from with their funding, their proprietary fund. I sat in that seat for quite a few years as the program manager. And so I know that Dr. Kelly Upshaw needs to make money to sustain her program. And so with this project, I wanted to partner with Altered Tales and for them to provide the services to address and take care of the crisis we're in, this immediate crisis. Possibly next year we can come together and have more partnering and more surgical work with other teams and other organizations on Navajo. So at this time, they're not written into the budget other than specifying what their prices are and where they were with scheduling in our proposal. So you mentioned the additional funding. If you look through that budget, Animal Rescue is proposing to assist livestock owners in that budget. We would like to make sure that the livestock that eat a blade of grass on Navajo Nation is quality livestock. So that funding from the infrastructure fund, the Ag Infrastructure Fund, was to help livestock owners. I go directly to the ranches. I sit down and do a plan with families on what they would like to see as far as their livestock, what their goals are with their livestock, and to help them understand that, you know, to have quality livestock on the ground, especially in this time of drought, climate change, and lack of water. So that proposal is to address the livestock side, but also to address the horse issues. We would like to propose a PZP type of contraceptive injection and work with chapter by chapter and to utilize those types of injections to help with the feral horses that are out in chapter communities. And so that funding was to actually help us to train additional people and to get some equipment. So the AIF funding is outside of the PET funding, so it was going to be separate. And to address Honorable E. Allen Begay's question, we do understand that in order to meet the numbers in this project, we will have to vaccinate between 200 and 250 dogs and cats for 20 days, and that's going to meet our 4,000 quota. But at each of those sites, we are going to be giving surgical referral. So it will be upon the pet owner to get their vaccinations and get a referral. There are many proactive pet owners out there that already have pet vaccinations. They already have a dewormer. They already have their pet's microchip. In our drive-through setup, we have a specific area for them to drive their vehicles to, show their paperwork, and just get a surgery referral. So working with the communities, those communities are the communities that are being selected by the Animal Control Program. The Animal Control Program has actually looked into their complaints, their livestock damage, their bite cases, some of the recent mauling cases, and they're utilizing the resources to be sent to those communities that have a very, very serious dog problem. So we are relying on the Animal Control Program. Acting Manager Kevin Gleason is providing us with the communities that he would like for us to target. And we are partnering with his animal control officers and kennel officers to have a 4-station drive-through service to get individuals through the vaccine clinics, to be COVID compliant, and to actually deliver all of the services and provide a referral to the entities that come to the vaccine site. Now, the elderly effort, we really would like to target that. We have specific laborers that we hope to have hired and a team of individuals and kennels to transport pets So this is going to be a very active process where referrals will be brought in, and we already have talked with an individual that would like to go ahead and take care of the elderly. She would like to receive those referrals, get the elderly's place mapped out so that the people that are picking up the pets do not get lost, and kind of consolidate the area so that we can pick up multiple animals from various areas, and they'll all be in their own kennels. They'll all be pretty much taken care of so that they'll be safely hauled to and from a vaccination site or a clinic. Now, with the public notices, we would like to have a very aggressive radio campaign because of the rural areas in the community. And our people hear the radio, and that's going to be in bilingual. It's also going to be in the papers and flyers and posters, as well as Facebook. And we're working directly with the chapters to help them get their residents given the information. And whether additional language needs to be included, I'll leave that up to the delegates' leadership. And then for Delegate Yellowhair, your questions on the sheep herding dogs, we would love to have those animals come to be vaccinated and come to be surgically altered. There is no limit for those animals in our services, because sheep dogs and working dogs are exempt from any type of 2 or 4 pets per household. So we would like to go ahead and get those referrals and have those animals taken to the vaccination clinic as well as to the spay-neuter site. I thank you very much. I think I've addressed all your questions.
Thank you for that, Ms. Davis. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions at this time? Questions, concerns, or follow-up at this time for the presenter?
This is Delegate Henyo.
Chair Hanyo, the floor is yours.
Chair Lashinanda, Pro Tem Chair Navajo Committee. Just one other thing I'm thinking about here is the response is being made is when you say referral, surgical referral, does that mean that the surgical unit will not be on site? Or do they have to take their pets to a different location to get the spay and neutering done? Because the reason why I bring this up is because of the fact that when it comes to surgical procedures, the pet owners will have to drop off their pets, and the procedure gets done. Then they will have to wait several hours and then come back and pick them up again. And that's why I made that comment about the high gas prices and traveling and expenses and so forth. And so that's so when you mentioned when you said surgical referral, so it just kind of led me to think that this is just a vaccination drive only, and surgical procedures will happen later or at different locations. So maybe if you could clarify that for me. Then the other one I want to bring up is maybe this is for our Office of Legislative Counsel or Office of the Controller. As this money, if it is granted by the Navajo Nation Council and signed by President Nez, what's the mechanism that will be used to give this money out? Because animal rescue is not a Navajo Nation program. So there has to be some procedures that need to be followed so it doesn't become an audit issue. And so I would feel more comfortable if the money was given to Navajo Nation veterinarian program, then they could subcontract with animal rescue to get this service done. I mean, I'm behind the the whole process, right? The idea that we need to vaccinate and do spay neutering is something that we really need, and it's an ongoing. Navajo Housing Authority has been doing this for so many years, but then again, they haven't really put a big dent into the population yet. So, but that's the other question I have, maybe for OOCs there on the line. See what kind of process nomination will be following to get this money out, either through a program, if an amendment needs to be made as council, maybe that's something we need to do. So maybe I'm not just kidding for now. Deja.
Thank you for that, Chair Hanyo. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or any other comments at this time for the sponsor and his agent? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Delegate.
Chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rico?
Yeah, I sent you a text. It's probably still making its way, but Honorable Stewart wants to follow up.
I just got the text. Thank you for that. So with that, Delegate Wilson Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again. Ms. Davis, your response to my questions, the next areas I want to ask upon answers to would be for the, you said in your response that you were asked by Ms. Heather Wilson for a proposal as legislative branch oversight goes to all of our divisions and our programs across the board. I would like to ask that if there was from Ms. Hope Wilson, this won't be directed to Ms. Davis, but to Ms. Hope Wilson, is if there was an RFP done for this type of service. In there's already a Navajo vet program. If the funding is going to go that way, it should go directly to our Navajo veterinarian program. From there, they can subcontract. Ms. Davis, in November and in December, from the Division of Natural Resources. Where is the RFP? We work with chapters, we work with programs and departments. We ask them to do RFPs. Where's the RFP for this proposal? There's an audit of the question. How many veterinarians are going to be on board? Because in our presentation, when we heard the presentation, Ms. Davis put out I'm not a veterinarian, I'm not a doctor. We see our providers, we see our doctors, and where are those licensures on those from Arizona and New Mexico? Budget meals and stipends and lodging and travel. That would all be covered under our veterinary program. How does that work with this program? To pay a stipend for meals if they're already getting paid. Those are my questions I have on that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. I'm looking at my text messages right now. I don't see any other delegates who are in the lineup, any other delegates who have texted me. Are there any other delegates who wish to ask any questions at this time to the sponsor?
Delegate Daniel So.
Chair Daniel So, the floor is yours.
Eugene So. Miss Linda Davis. Appreciate the legislation and your effort. I hope that we can resolve the questions pertaining to giving monies to your effort. But I would like to propose an amendment as suggested by Ms. Tapahi for amending the legislation to attach an exhibit from the Office of the Controller. Ms. Tapahi has sent out that particular amendment language, and if we could get it read into the record for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So a motion has been established to amend the legislation. Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and read that amendment into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Let me pull it up really quick. Okay, amendment number 1 to legislation 0052-221 on page 3 at lines 28 to 30, make the following change in paragraph E. Paragraph E, after the words "the controller has overstrike been asked to prepare," end of overstrike, and include _ provided, end of new language. The next sentence after this memorandum, overstrike may be provided to the assigned committees and the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is considered, end of overstrike. New language, insert _ is attached as Exhibit 7, end of new language. 2, add as new Exhibit 7, the memorandum from Robert Woolley, Accounting Manager with the Office of the Controller dated April 13th, 2022. 3, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment shall supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee amendment, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Also attached with this amendment is a new Exhibit C, Exhibit 7, which is referenced in the amendment, the memo by Robert Woolley dated April 13, 2022. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. So the amendment has been read into the record. We do have a motion that has been established by Chair Daniel. So can I get a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Delegate Crotty. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments regarding the amendment? Not hearing anything, I think we can go ahead and proceed forward to the vote to accept the amendment. Staff, can you assist me with the roll call vote, please?
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key El Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Key El Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Key El Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton not voting. Chair, she's a chair pro tem. Honorable Amber Knazbot Crowdy, how do you vote? Arnold Amber Knazbot Crowdy, how do you vote? Amber Knazbot Crowdy did not vote. Arnold Seth Stamen, how do you vote?
Green.
Arnold Seth Stamen. Arnold Seth Stamen votes green. Arnold Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinu, how do you vote?
Jimmy votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hinu votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nance, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is talk here?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable
I vote
Otto
green.
So, Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Eben Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back to the top. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Key Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Key Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote.
I vote green. I
Honorable,
vote because of
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. With the vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair Pro Tem not voting. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith votes green.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith votes green. The vote is now 18-0. Chair Pro Tem, thank you.
Thank you for that. So with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, amendment number 1 does pass. So I'll go ahead and go back now to the main legislation. I know that we do have delegates who did ask questions. So before I call upon any other delegates, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Delegate Eugene So and his agent to answer the questions that have been posed to him by his colleagues. Delegate Eugene So.
I'll turn it back to our agent, Glenda.
Ms. Davis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Delegate Hino, to address your question, yes, there will be a second transport of pets. And that reasoning is to make sure that all the pets have one vaccine on board, that they're dewormed, and that they're microchipped prior to their surgery. So when each of the pet owner and their pets come to the site, they will receive one surgery referral per pet. And that each pet will get their referrals, will be scheduled a date at the chapter that is going to be closest to them. So these surgery sites are a MASH style site. There will be 5 veterinary doctors performing the surgeries with a team of 10 veterinary technicians. These teams will be doing 250 surgeries a day for 4 days. So that's 1,000 surgeries within those 4 days. We will be scheduling 4 strategically placed sites based on animal control's recommendations of where those sites should be. So as these pets get their pet vaccinations and deworming, they will be given a minimum of 10 days to gain the immunity to protect them as they go through the challenge of surgery, getting their bodies challenged. We would like for all the animals to be healthy prior to the surgery. So the referral will specify that they come to their surgery date between 7 and 10 a.m. They will go through a drive-through type of service, and their animals will be registered. They'll be banned as far as an ID band placed on them with their name and placed in cages. The pet owners are more than welcome to stay at the chapter area, and whether the chapter wants to have vendors, whether they want to have other things to occupy the pet owners as they're waiting for their pets, I know a lot of the pet owners prefer to wait. There are some pet owners that request for a time for them to return, and each of the pet owners, once their dog or cat is finished with their surgery procedure, they will be given a call or text message, or even just walk out and see if they're in their vehicles waiting for their pets at that time. So there will be a second trip, and those surgery sites will be for a 4-day period of time at a single chapter. So looking into the mechanism as far as payment, we are looking into a contract. So there was questions, I believe, from Delegate Stewart. No, I believe that is Delegate Stowe about an RFP. No, Delegate Stewart, excuse me. So there is an RFP that has been advertised. Department Manager Hope Wilson went ahead and put out an RFP, and that closed. So there is that available for the contracting process. As for myself, not being a veterinarian, I'm only doing animal wellness. All of the diagnosis of any sick or injured animals should be done by a veterinarian. And the surgeries that we are proposing through this project will be done by high volume surgeon, high volume surgical veterinarian team is what we're pulling to complete this project. Moving on to Delegate Stowe, the amendment has been read, and we would like to move forward with a contract. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Davis. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions, any comments, or any follow-ups at this time?
Delegate Henio.
Chair Hanyo, the floor is yours.
So, Chair of the Nabik'íyáti Committee, Ms. Davis, for your response, and Kudoshina, Delegate Stowe for sponsoring this legislation. As you're providing response, I think more things are coming into my ideas. Are like one idea now is, what about people that bring their pets but don't want to take him back? Would there be like some kind of animal rescue, adoption type of service there available, or as we move along, think about reaching out to it.
Chair Hanyo, I apologize. You kind of cut out there for a little bit and you got back on, so I'm not sure if the presenter was able to hear your question.
Okay, what about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Agustina, as I was saying earlier, I'm looking at adoption services, animal rescue. Sometimes there are people that want to bring in. So would there be any type of partnership with animal rescue services that, just in case this happens? So that's the question I have at this present time, and then there we can move along again. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Hanyo. Committee members, are there any other questions or any other comments at this time? Not hearing anything, I'll go ahead and go back to the sponsor, Delegate Eugene So. The floor is yours.
Should say, though, agent, council delegate that is not side of will out what is the home. He can't yet had in yet about has in yet. Chris come down area. There's only Saturday in that regards. They were caught or what is he? So 8 and hasn't caught deal with that law that was established. So even now, I see and last. Misschien na kijk dat in de aarde in de hout because livestock and animals die gewoon steeds samen je kijk dat is niet op het beklijft iets zo als je kijkt iets wat en dan hadden we het because in the just kind but if somebody's going to come to help you, to help the people, I guess it's a time that we do that. So $68 in the zine is you cut each as you can. But I don't know, article, coordination at the hands of us has an asthma. Because so to me, I think it's time that we start doing this almost annually, about 2 times a year or something to get in control with our stray dogs. But it's really needed because we've been hearing a lot. And there's a thought that I just for the fight. Sick kids on that smaller. You can't really think about how they would carry up somebody. So the novel, all the concepts. I see now that the initial HI very confident about tsunami case of it. They don't for Brenda. Give you some time.
Thank you, Delegate So, Pro Temp Chair, members of the Nabi Committee. To address the questions on animal surrender, that is actually one of our goals of this project. We would like to allow for pet owners that wish to surrender animals to bring them to the vaccination site. We will have the transport trailer, and I'm saying we, meaning animal control. Animal control is the enforcement arm on the Navajo Nation. They have the authority to impound and to take these animals from the pet owner that wishes to surrender them. Now, my understanding upon speaking with Acting Manager Kevin Gleason, he will make a good faith effort to try to communicate and work with animal organizations off the reservation to put these animals into their shelters. Those animals that are aggressive or that have behaviors that should not be out into the public, most likely the officers, the animal control officers, will be euthanizing those animals. Should an animal organization want to pick up some of these animals from animal control and take them to their shelter, they will adopt it based on their agreement. And that will be forthcoming from Acting Manager Kevin Gleason. Thank you very much. I think I've answered your question.
Thank you for that, Ms. Davis. Committee members, are there any other questions or any other comments at this time?
Delegate Henio again.
Chair Hanyo, the floor is yours. And just a reminder, committee members, it is now 4:39. As Speaker Damon stated, he would like to adjourn this Naabik'íyáti committee because the water will be shut off at 5 o'clock there at council chambers. So I just want to remind our committee members of the time. Chair Henyo, the floor is yours.
I could shake that Madam Pro Temp Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee, and also Ms. Davis for your responses to the questions I have. The 24th Navajo Nation Council, Kanabi, one thing that comes to mind also is when it comes to this project, we're talking about responsible pet owners that have control of their pets. That will be bringing them in cages and gunny sacks or whatever. But what about the stray dogs that are running around there with no owners? Hey, Disha, we're going to have people that will be chasing them and then bringing them in. Hey, that's one thing. That's what the intent of this legislation is for because you keep mentioning stray dogs, stray animals. But then again, as we're sitting here talking about pet owners, bringing them in, waiting for them, waiting outside for them and stuff. I mean, those are the pets that are around the house and that they're being cared for and fed every day by pet owners. But what about the strays that are out there in the cornfields or in the streets? Like every time you go to a town area, you see them walking around in packs and looking at you, asking for food. Like when they go to a gas station, they're always hanging around their AD shop. And those are scared. I tried to catch a little puppy at a gas station. I wanted to rescue it. And here it ran away from me and then never came back. So, those are the ones that who's going to be out there chasing them and bringing them in.
Thank you for that, Chair Hanyo. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions, any comments at this time regarding the legislation that has been provided to us here at this time? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and go back to the sponsor at this time. Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
In regards, Henyo, those entities, China has no in that regards, I have another legislation that I dropped off over here in regards to the animal control. The vehicles that I get the house. So it's in the non-social list. So and also they have some part-time employees that they're waiting a background check. So housing job at all. On Sunday and that is why do they need background check? No. So so that's another one that will be debating on the floor. It is I think Linda's got something to Linda.
Thank you, Delegate. So,
Davis, the floor is
Delegate
yours.
Hino. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. As far as the roaming dogs, that is an animal control type of service. They will provide animal surrendering sites through this project, but I do know that they do go into communities upon their request to do dog sweeps. Now that is a part of their role to control the dog numbers. What we're talking about with this project is we don't want additional roaming dogs to roam Navajo Nation. So we already have 250,000 roaming pets. If we have a Navajo resident that wants to forfeit their dog, maybe their dog doesn't stay home, maybe their dog does not mind, maybe they know their dog attacks livestock, they can voluntarily surrender that animal, and that will reduce that number. But if we look at the 4,000 pets that are going to be altered, and let's just say that those 4,000 pets were all female dogs. In 1 year, one female dog can have 16 puppies. If we do not alter those 4,000 female dogs, within 1 year, we're going to have 64,000 puppies on the ground. So this legislation is to try to get us to a point where our numbers are more manageable, where we're trying to mobilize, we're trying to call to action the entire Navajo Nation for responsible pet owners to be allowed and be given this awesome opportunity to have disease prevention, deworming, microchipping, and a spay and neuter or neuter for their pet. That is a very, very great project. And that's what we would like to provide. We would like to begin somewhere and provide a solution to the crisis that we're in right now on Navajo. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ms. Davis. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding this legislation that has been brought to us by Delegate Eugene So 0052-22? Okay, not hearing anything, we can go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. But before I do that, Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and read the legislation into the record with the one amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, there is one amendment. Amendment number 1 on page 3 at lines 28 to 30. Make the following change in paragraph E. Paragraph E, after the words "the controller has overstrike been asked to prepare" and overstrike and insert "provided" underscore "provided" end of new language. The next sentence after "this memorandum overstrike may be provided to the assigned committees and the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is considered" end of overstrike, and insert new language underscore "is attached as Exhibit 7" end of new language. 2, add as new Exhibit 7 the memorandum from Robert Woolley, Accounting Manager with the Office of the Controller, dated April 13th, 2022. 3, renumber later succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee amendment, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Also attached is the Exhibit 7. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that reading into the record, Mr. Rico. So with that, committee members, since there are no other questions or comments at this time for the sponsor, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Staff, can you?
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Delegate Halona, did you have a question regarding this?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was trying to get on. I was on mute there, but this legislation is important. I understand. And the only thing that I see that we need to do different is to make sure that when we start this legislation, that we need to pick it up again, probably within another year. And when they finish this program, I think it needs to be done more than just once or twice a year, maybe 3 times a year, if not sooner. Because, those animals that she was talking about that produce 65,000 a year, even if we leave a percentage of those, we're still going to be combating the same problem in the next year and next year after. So this is just a start the way I see it, and that needs to be continued on with another legislation later on to continue this program. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. I do apologize. I did call for the vote, so we'll go ahead and we'll go back to the questions and comments to delegates. Delegate Eugene So, there has been a question or a comment that has been provided at this time. Before I turn the floor back over to Delegate Eugene, so I'd like to ask committee members again, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything. Delegate Eugene So, there has been a comment or a question that has been provided to you by Delegate Pernell Halona. The floor is yours to answer. Delegate Eugene So.
Oh, they call me Hachigi Halona Aline. we need to start somewhere. All for you. We do have other division and our departments, but but we need to start on here in Italia as a council side to push what the other people are requesting for. Throughout the day, so there are a lot of needs out there in the committees. And then there's or so buttons and other and that so that's where we come in. What hour? But this is the start next year. Since not of Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Eugene. So just to be clear, you're not calling upon your agent to help assist you at this time to answer any questions?
Linda, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Davis, you've been called upon as the agent to help assist Delegate Eugene. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Chair and members of the Nabi Committee. As you read through the proposal, we do have a next step. We understand that this year's proposal to complete 4,000 spay neuters is the first attempt. It's going to take several years for us to get a hold of the population and control the number of animals that we have on Navajo. And I feel that we're moving in the right direction. And when it comes time to partner next year and to pull together more teams to do this work on Navajo, I would gladly be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ms. Davis. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair, comment?
Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question or comment would be that when and if this goes through, I want to make sure that, all the protocols are going to be followed, as far as especially working with animals, livestock. You have to be alert. You have to be on your toes, even with the staff there that are going to be doing these. You need to be cautious of the bites and whatever else may happen, the kicks. And so, and I'm just saying that from working, as I have stated before, as a resource development committee, growing up, those were my lifestyles, to work on animals, cattle, sheep, and horses with my brother Delbert Benali. We went out there and did herd health. So I know there are mistakes that will happen out there. And like my brother stated earlier, this is people who care for their animals are going to put them in the hands of these individuals. So all protocols to be followed. I do support the program. It's just I want to make sure that everything's followed to the T. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. So with that, committee
Madam
member.
Chair, this is Robert Willie, if I may.
I'm sorry, hold on, Mr. Willie. The committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything. Mr. Willie, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Robert Willie, County Manager with Office of the Controller. I've read through this resolution, or this legislation, excuse me, and the only thing that I find that is missing is our budget forms. Budget forms are very important as far as the budget side of when it does, if it does pass, where it will get set up and what object code will be utilized. I noticed that it is a grant, so I know Mr. Bial did complete a memo, but I think he was asking for the budget forms, but I'm not sure if Mr. Bial is on and if he's received those also, just to make the committee aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Do we have anybody from OMB who is on the line who can answer that question regarding the budget forms?
Madam Chair Pro Tem or Speaker Pro Tem, this is Dominic Bial.
Mr. Bial, the floor is yours.
As Mr. Robert Willie mentioned, there is our memo dated April 4th, which was added by the BNF committee during their review on this particular subject. And it does speak about the need for the budget forms, which pursuant to the annual budget instructions manual is a requirement, particularly from the UUFB. So we have not seen those budget forms. And then furthermore, our memo goes on to speak about an alternative proposal that was going through the executive review process. And in fact, there's legislation number 0084, which is more current about this same subject matter. So, responding to the question and as posed by Mr. Willie, we have not gotten any budget forms. They should have been included. And then I just make comment that there was an alternative legislation for this same subject in the process. I'm not sure where it is now, 0084. Madam Chair, that's my update at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bial, and also Mr. Willie. Committee members, the information has been provided to us here at this time from the Office of Controller and then Office of our OMB as well, Office of Management Budget. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding this legislation? Okay, not hearing anything. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Rico, you have already read the legislation into the record when I did call for the vote, but there was another delegate who did come on to ask more questions. So we don't have any other delegates at this time. Do you need to reread the legislation into the record? Again.
Madam Chair, I can reread it. I know we did already, but I can reread it.
Okay, before you reread it, I will ask committee members, colleagues, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding this legislation before the legislation is read into the record again?
Delegate Henyo.
Chair Henyo, the floor is yours.
This concern I have, Madam Pro Tem Chair, is what Mr. Bial and Mr. Willie have put forth before this committee, and we want to make sure that the legislation is not out of order to where we have all the necessary budget forms. And so therefore, when it goes before council, I'll urge the sponsor, Delegate Eugene So, to work on getting the necessary budget forms available through Office of Legislative Council so it can be ready for an amendment to the legislation at council. And so that'd be my request. Yeah, no.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. So at this time, colleagues, this legislation is going to be going forward to council. And so the legislation, there are questions about the legislation and the budget forms that are currently missing at this time. So we cannot, I don't believe that we can table the legislation, or we can't really do very much, but let it proceed forward to council. Dana, can you advise us on this part here, just to be clear?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Legislative Council will have that amendment ready at Council as soon as we get the appropriate budget forms. As far as if you table it here, if there is a council session before the next NABI session, then it will be on the council agenda. It will move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for providing us some guidance on this. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions? Comments at this time? Delegate Keelan Begay, the floor is yours.
I just want to make a point. I'm not sure how we're proceeding with legislation with having no appropriate documents. Anytime and every time I ask for legislation, I'm always being told that these have to go through the 164 process, or that this letter needs to be included, or that this budget form is not complete. The reason why we're not completing your legislation should it be. And that's why I'm beginning to thinking right now is that why are certain delegates getting certain legislation to be forward without proper documentation. So I need that clarification, though, this Speaker Shananta, and I've been asking for these legislations for the longest. So if this legislation can be developed without proper documentation, I'd like to see my legislations to be ready by tomorrow. Speaker, the Madam Chair, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Keelan Begay. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Dana, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. I think the question is in terms of this legislation not having the proper documents, how can it proceed forward? Dana?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I didn't catch that last question. I was speaking with Ms. Tapaye about the budget documents, and apparently when the legislation was dropped, the Office of Legislative Counsel had the appropriate budget documents. There were some instructions that came after the legislation was dropped that would require new budget documents. So that's what I wanted to follow up with, but I did not catch the last question.
Thank you, Ms. Bobrov. I believe the concern was raised that without these documents having the proper budget forms, how could they proceed forward to be drafted as legislation and presented before the committee?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is a great question. I recognize that concern. In this instance, however, when the legislation was dropped, there was appropriate budget. I will, though, identify something that is very problematic as far as many of these funding legislations. They require a OMB, Office of Management and Budget impact analysis statement. However, because OMB is apparently so short-staffed, they will not issue the impact statements until the legislation is dropped. So that is something that this office struggles with continuously, and the delegates who are requesting legislations are also struggling with providing the appropriate supporting documents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bobrov. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, I waited about 15 seconds for a response. I didn't hear anything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mr. Rico read the legislation into the record again with the one amendment, and we'll proceed forward to a vote. Mr. Rico, if you could assist at this time, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is one amendment, amendment number 1 on page 3, lines 28 to 30. Make the following change in paragraph E. Paragraph E, after the words "the controller has overstrike been asked to prepare," end of overstrike, insert new language underscore provided, end of new language. The following sentence after "this memorandum," overstrike may be provided to the assigned committees and the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is considered, end of overstrike. Insert new language underscore is attached as Exhibit 7, end of new language. 2, add as new Exhibit 7, the memorandum from Robert Woolley, Accounting Manager with the Office of the Controller, dated April 13th, 2022. 3, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee amendment, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Also attached with this amendment is a new Exhibit 7. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. So with that, we're going to proceed forward now to the roll call vote. Staff, can you assist me with the roll call vote, please?
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable T. Allen Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Elmer Green.
I vote green. Elmer Begay.
Honorable T. Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Pro Temp Chair, not voting. Honorable Amber Knasbach-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knasbach-Crotty votes green through text, via text. Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes green through via text. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jim votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green through via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote that is Dr.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate
Jimmy
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Twenty in favor and 0 opposed. Chair Pro Tem not voting. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It sounds like Ms. Spencer. Thank you for that. So 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. The legislation 0052-22 does move forward to Navajo Nation Council. At this time, we do have a Speaker Damon who is back with us. So I'm going to go ahead and throw the mighty Thor hammer back to him at this time. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charles Lewin. Thank you for helping me out this afternoon again, as always, for assisting in running an Nabik'íyáti committee. Colleagues, the indicated time now is 5:13 p.m. They have turned the water off here, the chambers. I respectfully ask that we did adjourn due to the fact for safety reasons for the staff. Again, I leave that up to the committee. That, colleagues, we are on our agenda.
Motion to adjourn. Delegate Rick Nez.
There's a motion adjourned by Chairman Rick Nez at 5:13 p.m. Second by Chairman Daniel So. That. Let's go to the board, colleagues. Yeah, it's already done.
Did you sign it?
Yeah. Right there.
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kiala Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Kiala votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kiala Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot Prouty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knazbot Prouty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knazbot Prouty did not vote. Honorable Seth Bayman, Chair is not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Rich James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chan votes green.
Honorable Rich James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
This is Dorset.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Winika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot Prouty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knazbot Prouty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knazbot Prouty did not vote. Mr. Speaker, with the vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Thank you.
That, colleagues, vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, officially adjourned at 5:13 p.m. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you, everyone online, for being here with
Thank
us.
you.
Colleagues, safe travels, everyone that's traveling. We will.
Thank you, Speaker.
It's like everybody's, a lot of people on the road, and this weekend is Memorial Day weekend, so safe travels to everyone. that are going to visit family. Please be safe. And all the graduations that are still going on, all the graduates continue to praise yourselves for taking that milestone, whether it's from kindergarten all the way to post-secondary